Before we start this live stream, I'd like to go over a few community guidelines. Please be civil, respectful, and tactful to all people, groups, and organizations we may be talking about. It's okay to not like everyone, and please use extreme tact while talking about these things. I want to keep the environment very positive around you. Please no graphic sex, violence, death, and I'll add in politics. Let's keep our politics at the door. And let's keep this channel suitable for the entire family to enjoy. Let's have some fun, guys. Let's have some fun. Hey guys, it's Retro Nerd Girl. I'm so sorry I'm not visible today. I am feeling just a little bit under the weather. I have a horrible migraine, but I still wanted to be here for this because I think that we're going to have a lot of fun today, in spite of you not being able to see me, but we will be able to still communicate. Let's see. I think Keith E says, I can hear you. Perfect. Perfect, perfect, perfect. I am gonna go down the list here. Taylor Swift, greater than Disney, Star Wars, and MCU is here. That's Matt G. Great to see you in the house. Great to see you. And Unicorn Rampant Studio with a big hello as well. Good to see you. And says, walking dogs as per usual. Hope everyone's Friday is enjoyable. Oh, yes. Yes, definitely hope yours is as well. Great to see you. And Lord Toth is here. Oh, my goodness. How are you? Says, hi, everyone. And oh, thank you. Says, ouch, feel better. Yes, life life is lifing. Life is lifing. And so that is what we do. We try to truck on anyway. I do have to I think the good thing to do would be to cancel tomorrow's um watch party. I hate to have to do it, but I think it would be a good idea for me to just really take one day to like really hammer this out and get better and get some rest. So I'm gonna do that tomorrow. And I hope you guys don't mind so much. And Lord Top says, I'm good. And thank God it's Friday. Yes. I actually like that movie. I mean, it's not much of a movie, but I like the soundtrack, and the ending. The ending. Uh, yeah, yeah. Okay. So we're gonna get right into it. This is really kind of a unique topic that we're gonna go through. In 1984 movies, we discussed a lot of them, but some of the ones that we're gonna talk about right now are more on the obscure. Oh, I wanted to say a quick thank you to Keith E. Keith E. Thank you for your message earlier about lands. We did talk over um, X, and hopefully he'll join me later on. He has some things that he has to do, and hopefully he'll join us a little bit later. Um, so in the meantime, I just wanted to go over our list of 1984 movies. It's been 40 years, and let's take a look. Oh, my voice is crackling. If you can, sorry about that. It's oh my goodness. There we go. The list of 1984 movies. We have some really famous ones at the very beginning. We covered a lot of them. And then toward the end, which is all the movies that we're going to cover today, are all, I would say they're the more obscure movies, but, or the ones that have become like cult classics or cult following movies. So let's get into it. Let's get right into it. So for 1984, 40 years ago, we had, of course, Ghostbusters, Beverly Hills Cop. Let me just open this up bigger. Indiana Jones and the Temple of Doom, Gremlins, The Karate Kid, Police Academy, Footloose, Romancing the Stone, Star Trek 3, The Search for Spock, Purple Rain, Amadeus, Tightrope, The Natural, Greystoke, The Legend of Tarzan, The Lord of the Apes, Revenge of the Nerds, 2010, The Year We Make Contact, Break-In, The Terminator, Bachelor Party, Red Dawn, City Heat, All of Me, Places in the Heart, The Killing Fields, Friday the 13th, The Final Chapter, Conan the Destroyer, Dune, Splash, Starman, Cannonball Run 2, Teachers, A Passage to India, Protocol, Mickey and Maude, The Cotton Club, The Muppets Take Manhattan, A Nightmare on Elm Street, The Woman in Red, Against All Odds, Moscow on the Hudson, The Flamingo Kid, 16 Candles, Missing in Action, A Soldier's Story, Oh God, You Devil, Rhinestone, Top Secret, The Never Ending Story, Unfaithfully Yours, Best Defense, Blame It on Rio, Lassiter, Breakin' 2, Electric Boogaloo, Firestarter, Children of the Corn, Night of the Comet, The Ice Pirates, Tank, Supergirl, The Evil That Men Do, Irreconcilable Differences, Up the Creek, The River, Dreamscape, The Wildlife, Broadway Danny Rose, Falling in Love, Where the Boys Are, Thief of Hearts, Cloak and Dagger, Bolero, Body Double, Oxford Blues, 1984, Reckless, The Philadelphia Experiment, Streets of Fire, Just the Way You Are, The Little Drummer Girl, Iceman, Hard Bodies, Runaway, Swing Shift, The Razor's Edge, Adventures of Buckaroo Banzai Across the Eighth Dimension, Firstborn, Racing with the Moon, Sheena, The Lonely Guy, Meatballs Part 2, American Dreamer, No Small Affair, Grandview USA, This is Spinal Tap, Chud, I forgot what that stands for. Humanoid underground dwellers or something. Cannibalistic humanoid underground dwellers. I think that's it. Making the Grade. The Joy of S. Mrs. Sophel. The Company of Wolves. Until September. Flashpoint. Cheech and Chong's The Corsican Brothers, The Brother from Another Planet, Repo Man, Crimes of Passion, The Warrior and the Sorceress, and Under the Volcano. That was the last one that we left off at. Let's see. Lord Top says, "Man, I miss the '80s." Oh yes, wasn't it interesting? Interesting times, a lot of fun, and it was entertaining at least. And Ron is here. Hello from England. Well, hello to you as well, Ron. I hope you're enjoying your day. And you know what? I wanted to give you guys a little 80. Well, actually, this is 70s. I was just messing around listening to music, and then I got on this I got into this like sort of train of listening to all these different types of songs, and then I forgot about this song that I heard that I loved, and it'll be a surprise for you guys, but it will be great. Here, I'll put it in the chat for you guys, and it'll be a surprise. That's my song of the day. An oldie but goodie, and it's prior to 1980s. And I just got look, somebody just walked into the green room in the back there. Let's see. Yes, okay, I will add our friend. Let me just remove this. Hello.
I specifically requested blue M&Ms in the green room. I didn't see a bowl.
Sorry,
Hello.
the assistant is off for the day.
I'm going to stay off camera because I'm eating a huge bowl of pasta.
Okay.
I briefly popped onto Anti-Derivative Jill's channel
Oh, cool.
to talk about UFO because I was in their chat. This was about an hour ago, and they said, "Hey, if you want to pop on," and I was like, "Oh yeah, sure." And we talked Jerry Anderson stuff for a little bit,
Oh,
and then I
wonderful.
lost track of time, and I thought, "Hang on, I think I'm supposed to be somewhere." And they both said to say hello to you. So
Oh, I love that channel. I mean, they're so they just celebrated Jill just celebrated her 2nd year anniversary.
of YouTube,
Yeah, it's wonderful, right?
yeah,
She's doing so good. Yes, if you guys don't know, Jill, the Anti-Derivative Jill channel is a fantastic channel. So we're really a friend of the channel, I guess. We're like cousins, not really related, but our channels are related in a way. She does a lot of though scientific breakdowns of a lot of these movies and definitely TV shows. They're looking at UFO right now, and I think they've analyzed every single last one of the movies except for one, the Star Trek movies. So yeah, there's a lot of like deep dives going on over there, and they have fantastic conversations. I talked to them was it last week about Fantastic Planet, and that was wonderful. We had such a good time, and I couldn't stay for the whole thing. But
well,
yes,
well,
what a
well,
wonderful channel.
get this: neither of them have ever seen the film Cocoon.
Oh,
And when they told me that, you should hear me. You should have heard me. I went, "What?" And I was like, because she's a big sci-fi fan. And I was like, "You haven't seen Cocoon? That's like one of the best
oh,
films ever."
oh, she's gonna love it. Yeah, she's
So
gonna love it.
I've got a special episode I'm doing on Cocoon coming up. We're going to do it on a Sunday. I don't know which Sunday yet, but it'll be 10 o'clock start my time, so probably 5 p.m.
Okay,
4 or 5 p.m. East Coast. And they're both going to come on because they've never seen it before. So what they're going to do is they're going to watch it especially for that, and I'm going to get their honest, first reaction to the movie. So it'll be great to see if they love it as much as I do. But if you're free to come on that one as well, I'd love to have you on because you're a big fan of that movie and also that decade. So
it's been a while since I've seen it though. I need when are you doing it again?
I think probably 3 or 4 Sundays time. So
All right,
month,
yeah, yeah.
roughly a
Let me
month away,
know.
early to mid March, maybe something like that.
That's possible. I might be able to join for a little bit. Um,
Yeah, it's not going to be a 9-hour stream. It's episodes of Chew the Fat are usually like bang on 2 hours. So
And I think I could contribute to that one. And yes, and you, I think you, let's see. Um, Keith E says, Jill called me a retro nerd girl person yesterday. I don't know why people do that. Keith E is everyone's friend, right? So he's
yeah,
everyone's
but
person.
I think Keith he's got like he's got like a room with like 7 people activating his profile, and simultaneously he's on several channels at once.
Oh my goodness.
But,
Well, I am so blessed to have him as a part of the community and just such a great contributor too. He's really looking out for everyone. It's so great.
yeah,
And oh, look who's here, William Blake Hall. So great to see you. I hope you're doing okay. He says, "Hey, Retro and the gang, glad we're doing Starman. Are we doing Starman?"
I just happen to have a Starman avatar because I'm doing a special episode on it soon.
Oh,
I,
okay.
I can't remember if it came out in 84 or 85. Let me
I
check.
believe it's on my list. I've already gone over it already. But yes, it was I believe it's 84.
It was 84. Well,
Yeah.
we can maybe give it a quick mention later, just for you, William.
Okay. Did you want to say something? Why don't we say it now? Because I'm gonna when I go through my list,
Yeah.
it's not. We have already covered it.
Well, just it's an underappreciated John Carpenter film. I just got the Blu-ray. It's still in its shrink wrap. I haven't watched it yet. I saw it at the cinema twice.
Okay.
I like the fact that it was a love story.
Oh yeah.
And I really like Jeff Bridges' performance, which is a really beautiful performance. And it's a very unusual film for Carpenter. It's
Yeah.
very different from everything else. But I think he just wanted to do a love story movie, but put obviously with his spin on it. It's either going to be between a monster and a woman or an alien and a woman, and it was an alien and a woman. And I kind of like it. It explores the themes of grief and loss and all of that kind of stuff. And I just really like it. It was a shame that it underperformed at the box office. I think it found a bit more of a home on video. But I like it. I think it's a really good, solid movie. And one of the things I've noticed about it is it's got better as the films got older, as a lot of these movies have.
Okay.
It's a good film. I recommend it to anyone.
Okay.
So which obscure 80s movie, 84 movies have I missed that you covered tonight already?
I haven't covered anything yet. Actually, I was just naming all of the movies that we did cover. So
That's a big list.
Yes, I've already talked about 108 movies. Oh, sorry, 107 movies. And so, and it looks like, let me just hear more from William. We haven't heard from him in a while. Says he made his big move on Monday. Oh, good, good. Hope everything worked out for you, William. And says, I think somehow I lost all the audio everywhere. Oh, no. So you can only hear Lance. I'm sorry about that. And he says, so just look at the movie posters and fling out entirely irrelevant cross references. In other words, nothing has changed. Okay. Let's see. Okay, let's get into the list then, since we've got you and everybody's situated. And just for reference point, Lance, I am actually a little bit under the weather right now.
Oh.
So that's why my camera is off, and I'm canceling my event for tomorrow, the watch party, and making it next week, because I feel like I need a day to to get myself together. But otherwise, I felt like this is very important to talk about these um obscure ones. Now this one was the last one we talked about before the we said goodnight last week. Have you ever heard of this movie, Under the Volcano?
I have heard of it, not to be confused with Joe versus the volcano.
That's right.
But I'm not confident. It sounds on paper like a film I definitely would have watched. I'm a big fan of Albert Finney.
Yes.
I like director John Huston. Jacqueline Bisset I can take or leave, but she's a very good actress.
Okay, well, remember we're saying only the positive things that we like about things right now.
Okay. Sorry. It's based on a book, I believe.
Okay.
About, and I think Albert Finney plays like an alcoholic studio consulate. So that's part of his character. He's an alcoholic. I'm not saying that to be negative, just to be clear.
No.
It was. I mean, it only made 2.5 million at the box office.
Mm-hmm.
I'm guessing that the budget was probably older than that because it was filmed predominantly on location. I'm
only guessing, but this must be an international film. This is in Hollywood, is it?
No, I think it is a Hollywood movie.
Oh, really? What studio?
MGM attempted to produce it, then the studio passed due to production issues.
Okay.
Um,
See, guys, we have an insight. He knows how to get the answers about these films. We're like, what movie is this?
yeah, I'm just trying to see which studio attempted to after being hired in the studio past and Larry died. Yeah, I'm not sure which studio took it over after MGM, but it was. I mean, the important thing is that it was entered into the '84 Cannes Film Festival,
Okay.
and it was nominated for the Palme d'Or.
Okay.
Also, Albert Finney was nominated for Best Actor. So I mean, it seems like it's a film that kind of disappeared. Didn't stay on people's radar for whatever reason.
Okay.
It's basically the last 24 hours in the life of the main character that Albert Finney's playing.
Okay, so I think I'm gonna have to see this because what I'm attempting to do is to excavate, as sort of a movie archaeologist and find these movies that people stop talking about and talk about them. So Under the Volcano is going on my list.
Well, Professor Retro, and I definitely don't have a mouthful of spaghetti while I'm saying this. If I could suggest to you for your archaeological dig on the film,
Oh, certainly.
that you investigate Gary Conklin's 56-minute documentary about the making of the film called Notes from Under the Volcano.
Oh boy.
And as if that wasn't enough for your research, there's also a second 82-minute documentary called Observations Under the Volcano.
Wow.
Director. Not one, but two documentaries on this quite obscure John Huston film.
That's actually really weird. Oddly strange. Let me find out what you guys are saying here. All right. And William says never saw UTV. And let's see. And William says first saw Albert Finney on Tom Jones. Appreciated him later in Erin Brockovich and the Bourne Ultimatum. Oh, it's been a long time since I've seen that movie.
He's so good in Erin Brockovich, and Erin Brockovich is one of those movies you can just whack on at any time because it's so accessible. But within 20 minutes, you're watching the whole film, even though you've seen it 20 times already. Good film.
Do you want to say what now?
What now?
Yeah. Oh no, just going ahead and say what. And I'll tell you why. Yeah, I haven't seen. What? I haven't seen.
Wait, you haven't seen Erin Brockovich? Oh my god! You have to see that. That's like, I mean, it's basically like retro Brockovich, really, but because it's about a determined, gutsy woman who, against all the odds, rebuilds her life and is determined to succeed. So basically,
oh, that's awesome. Oh,
inspired by the life of retro nerd girl.
Yeah, my autobiography.
Yeah, and they got Julia Roberts to play you. So,
oh wow!
What a compliment. I'm curious to see the user reviews on IMDb of this movie. And on the whole, you're looking at kind of 8 out of 10 and above. Some people have said that it's a difficult watch and have rated it lower, and some people say it's just not nice watching the downfall of an alcoholic. But
well, yeah, I mean, I'm like for me, yeah, I mean, I just want to see the quality of the film and what it is, William Blake also is still dreadfully soft, but I think Retro decided she needed to see. Yes, I did, and I've got to see Erin Brockovich. I will.
Definitely.
Keith E says Retro another Monday first watch candidate. Okay, yeah, it's on my list. If I can get a copy or see a copy that doesn't cost too much. So yeah, that is on my list. But just I have like so many on the list for Monday. It's really great. It's really great. It's a bottomless pit. So the next one is Choose Me. Never heard of this movie until I I put this list together. Okay, so it's a rated R film, comedy, drama, romance. A love doctor radio host Nancy, bar owner Eve, Pearl, drifter Mickey, all meet in LA. And that's all it says. Uh, it's directed by Alan Rudolph. It stars Genevieve Bujold,
Yeah.
Keith Carradine, Leslie Ann Warren, who I really like, Patrick Buchel. So interesting. Have you heard of this or seen it at any point?
I can't remember this one. And the funny thing is I always recognise video covers. You know,
Okay,
because I worked in a video shop in the 80s.
right.
So I'm just going to look at the alternative covers because there always is alternative covers. Some of the alternative covers look more familiar to me than. Do you know what? Now I'm looking at the stills. I have seen this movie. I
Okay.
remember the reason I'm certain is because I remember Keith Carradine with that slicked back haircut.
Okay.
Yeah, I have seen it. Can't remember a thing about it, but I have seen it. So I couldn't tell you if it's good or bad. The reviews from viewers on IMDb, the long, obviously genuine reviews, not 3 lines from an AI or whatever, are quite positive.
Okay.
And I do remember that she presents some kind of late night call in, a bit like. Do you remember that TV show, The Night Caller?
No.
Oh, okay. What?
I never even heard of it. So at least Erin Brockovich.
You've never heard of The Night Caller? Didn't like run for like
No.
with Gary, what's his name? Who played General Custer.
No,
You know,
I don't know.
Little Bighorn film that took place just up the road from you.
Well, we could just skip that one for now.
The reviews for this film seem to be mostly positive. So I guess what we should say to people is if you fancy, if you fancy a rom-com or just a romantic film that you haven't seen from this era, Ray Dawn Chong's in it. There's lots of spandex in the film.
Oh, wow.
Sorry, the TV show I was referring to is called The Midnight Caller with Gary Cole.
Yeah.
Ran for 3 seasons over 5 years in the 80s and 90s.
Never heard of it. And William Blake calls this saying it has Genevieve Bujold in it. I should have tried to see it. I had no idea this existed. So
yeah, I did see it. I rented it. I remember it was a film I rented on video, probably on a day when I rented 4 other films I'd never heard of, and
I
guess
I
it
like
didn't
that.
stand out. But it was, I don't have any bad. I don't have any specific memories of it being bad or good. So I guess it was fine.
Yeah, I mean, and I think with movies like that, it's really cool to see them again
Yeah.
and be like, and then say, oh, okay, I understand why this. Oh, I didn't remember this because at the time this wouldn't have been appealing to me or whatever. Like when your life changes, like certain things in movies, as far as memory goes, like changes as well. I don't know if that makes any sense, but there are complete movies I know I've seen that I can't remember a thing from them. And that's just the way it is. Well, let's move on to the next one. I definitely want to see this. I want to see all of these obscure
So
ones.
far, that's 2 for 2.
Yeah, 2 for 2. I definitely want to. I mean, I don't think there's any one that I don't want to see, but for sure, this is like it's intriguing. We're talking about. I like Keith Carradine. I like Leslie Ann Warren, and there may be a possibility that I did see this. So I don't know if I look at it. Now, this I'm not going to bother seeing, but I've heard of.
Yeah.
Silent Night, Deadly Night, 1984. It's rated R, horror thriller. Little Billy witnesses his parents getting killed by Santa after being warned by his senile grandpa that Santa punishes those who are naughty. Now Billy is 18 and out of the orphanage and has just become Santa himself. Ooh. It's directed by Charles E. Cellier Jr. and it stars Lillian Chauvin, Glimmer, Gilmer McCormick, Tony Nero, and Robert Brian Wilson. What are your thoughts about this movie?
My thoughts about this movie is that it's one of the many have blade, will travel and decapitate people for fun movies that were released in this
You're
era.
not supposed to say the D word.
Oh, sorry. Please send me a list of these words. There are certain words I know I'm not allowed to say, but it wasn't. Anyway.
Yes,
So,
that one. Yes.
all right, that one I can't say. Okay. But you know, there's a slew of these movies that came out in the 80s. There are some that are really good, like Rosemary's Killer, which I think we talked about last time. It was released as The Prowler in the US, and that might have come out 85. But you know, there are some that are good, that have good stories, and actually, you know, but then there's just a lot that are just Friday the 13th sort of Freddy variations with just the barest plot minimum, just linking, you know, some murders.
Yeah.
I think this one, from what I did see this, I think I even watched it in the video store, which probably shouldn't have done because it would have been an 18 certificate. And we weren't supposed to watch 18 certificate films while we were working at the store. But you know, when it was Sunday afternoon and no one was coming in, I'd pop whatever I hadn't seen on, and sometimes I'd watch the first 20 minutes and turn it off. And I think this was one of the ones I watched 20 minutes of it and went, yeah, don't want to see any more of this.
Yeah. I mean, I think there's of course there's a market for this. I know that this is as a cult following, and a lot of people reference it for Christmas during Christmas time. It's not my type, I'm not a horror movie, but I was seeing this the other day, that uh I would fight for this movie to exist, because I think it's one of those things like we need a full coloring, or full variety of different types of movies out there. And like anything, I just feel like this is somebody's weird art, and I think it needs to be seen, or we need to know about this. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, I missed the part of the stream where I said that Silent Night, Deadly Night should be thrown into a pot of acid and never seen again.
No, that's not what I'm saying about you.
No.
I'm saying that just in general, that's just something that I was.
It came across a little bit like that.
I'm sorry, it didn't. I wasn't referring to
listen,
you.
I'm a filmmaker myself, and I know that making any film, even a low budget horror B movie about Santa Claus with an axe, is still going to be a real challenge, because they're going to be working within their limitations.
Yeah,
and
it's
there are some
filmmaking.
films that work within those challenges that really stuck out for me. This wasn't one of them. However, that's not to say that some people don't find this film great, because you have diehard horror fans out there. I'm writing a script for somebody who comes under that category at the moment, and he's seen like every horror film there is, and horror's probably, it's not that it's my least favorite genre, it's just that I'm a bit like horror with my wine. It's like I only buy good wine, and I only watch horror that is to my tastes, and I'm quite nitpicky about the type of horror that I like. I like old school type horror with a really good plot and a really good story. I'm less interested in, the most creative sequence we can come up with to torture or kill someone if it's not integral to the plot. So for me now look, I haven't seen this since the 80s, so it might be that I whack it on and go, you know what, this is actually quite a charming
Yes.
cute
Okay.
film. This this
So
this
that's
guy's made an effort, but unfortunately, there's so many films to watch. I can't do
yes, and
that.
that's why I ask, and that's why I want to talk. I talk about these things because if by chance I miss it, I can tell by the title, by the trailers. Usually, oh, this movie is not going to be for me. But if somebody sees it and they're like, hey, I think you might like this. It's got, a certain thing I know that you like. You might want to see it. And even like I'm not a zombie I do not like zombies. They freak me out. But I've watched a few zombie films where I'm like, you know what? I'll give that movie a pass. Like Night of the Comet. I mean that's a movie you can give a pass to. Come on.
That's the most popcorn zombie film ever made.
Yeah, it's very. I mean, they it works for me in that context, but I mean, it doesn't mean that the zombies still don't freak me out. They do in in that movie, but it's just a little bit. It's in it's more palatable in that form. Um,
I've
and
been
let's
trying to get
see.
Catherine Mary Stewart to come on my channel for ages, from Night of the Comet and Last Starfighter. So
Oh,
if she comes on, I'll let you know.
yeah,
But
let me know.
I've invited her on several times already.
And I don't know how I got lost here. Let's see.
Well, you said we've covered about 150
One
films
second.
so far. There were over 4,000 films released in 1984. So we've got about 3,800 roughly to go. So we
Yeah, just
probably
that
should
much.
probably should move on.
Well, I was gonna go and talk to the see what the chat's saying. William says most interesting movie I think the by indie director Alan Rudolph was Made in Heaven. I appreciated its concept of heaven.
Was that a 1984 film?
I have no idea. He did say that he was gonna go off the rails. And so I don't understand a lot of the rest of this. Because I'm not sure.
I'll have a quick look while you're.
And I think Keith E says the best scenes were left on the cutting room floor, referring to this movie.
That's
Um,
no. I think he's making a decapitation gag. The best scenes were left on the cutting room floor. Get it?
yes. Didn't we say we weren't going to use the D word on the channel?
I thought I broke that up a little bit to sort of like distill it. No, okay.
No, let's just not use.
But I think that's a gag that he was doing there. The best scenes were left on the.
Oh, okay. Okay.
He
So,
made another joke before that using the D word.
oh, okay. So that's why it's just yeah.
Oh, I have seen Made in Heaven. It's a great film. Yeah.
Okay. Yeah, you have. What year is it?
No, I'm afraid it's 1987. So we'll cover that in 3 years, William.
Okay. Are we discussing a movie that Retro will rightfully never see? Who knows? I may never see this one, but I may see it. Who knows? Who knows?
You definitely put Made in Heaven on your list of films to watch. It's a really cute love story.
Okay, yeah, let me put that on there.
Timothy Hutton, Kelly McGillis when she was very young and sort of super sexy. And you've got a really good supporting cast in the film as well.
Okay, so the next movie is Stranger Than Paradise. It's rated R. It's a comedy drama. A New Yorker's life is thrown into a tailspin when his younger cousin surprise visits him, starting a strange, unpredictable adventure. It's directed by Jim Jarmusch. It stars John Lurie, Esther Baylant, Richard Edson, and Cecilia Stark. A lot of these names I have never heard of. Have you heard of this movie? Have you seen this movie?
I have heard of the movie. I've heard it's Stranger Than Paradise.
Okay.
It's Jim Jarmusch is a kind of avant-garde art house, kind of strange director, who's made a lot of, Coffee and Cigarettes is probably one of his most famous films. Ghost Dog: The Way of the Samurai, is one of his best films, in my opinion.
Okay.
And I think he's made two sequels to Coffee and Cigarettes. Stranger Than Paradise is one of his first films. It was a short originally, then it was a feature film, and it was kind of the movie that put him on the map. I mean, the problem is I can't remember a huge amount about the movie because we're going back before the dawn of time, and it's not a film that it's shot in black and white. It looks great.
Oh, cool.
It's got some actors in it that you would recognize who've kind of done sort of key parts in other things, but everybody looks what Jim Jarmusch does is he casts people who look like real people.
Okay.
So he doesn't have kind of supermodels, in the leading roles. He's famous for casting, people with character faces, big noses, and all the rest of it. And John Laurie, who is the lead in this film, who's still going, you'll recognize him as a character actor who's been in loads of sort of fun bit part roles.
Okay.
And then there's another actor in the film. I think it might be Richard Edson on that list, but I'll find out, who's done even more stuff than him, because Laurie's mainly works in music now. Richard Edson. Richard Edson is a very well-known American character actor. You would recognize him immediately. He's been in loads of stuff.
Okay.
He's in like Ferris Bueller's Day Off as one of the people who takes the car, and they take it out for a joyride. Those two guys.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
Oh, wow.
And he's been in 150 films or something. He's been in loads of movies. I can't really. There's the summary of the film, and that's not bringing any memories back to me about whether the film was good or not. I just know that I did watch it, and Jim, it's a very avant-garde art house, artsy fartsy style of shooting, but he's a good filmmaker. It just depends if his style is to your taste.
And William Blake Hall says Jim Jarmusch, another indie director, my favorite John Laurie movies of the 1980s are Iceman and Year of the Dragon. And he says, I did not hear the D word the first time. We'll know that the D word is now going for it. But yes, don't worry about it. It's I sound much because I'm not feeling that great or not like my normal self. It doesn't sound, and you can't see my face. I'm not.
Is this because the ginormous Valentine's card that you received from England was so huge when it came through the letterbox that it fell on top of you and caused you an injury?
It caused an injury. I think I'm wounded for life.
A permanent injury? Oh my god!
I have a permanent limp now. So yeah, no, I guys, I am not really stern about it. I'm just,
feeling a bit poorly.
And I sound more upset about it than I am, but I'm not upset or anything. William Blake Hall says, I like Jim Jarmusch's Night on Earth.
Yeah, that is a good movie, actually. That is a good movie.
Okay.
It is.
Okay, and says Jarmusch was born in Cuyahoga Falls, Ohio, birthplace of Chris Stuckman, plus my own mother. Okay.
Oh, well. Shall we move on?
Yes.
Probably isn't much more to say on this as I can't. Oh! Da, 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 da.
No singing, please.
No, it's always spoiling it. Well, I've got a lot to say about this film.
Okay, great. Okay, let's read it off first. Do you want to do the honors and read this? Can
An
you see it?
artificially intelligent PC and his human owner find themselves in a romantic rivalry over a woman.
Yes, and that says a PG-rated film, comedy, drama, music. Now, do you think that this is suitable for kids?
Absolutely 100%.
Okay, and it's directed by. You want to read this part? The director.
Directed by Steve Barron, who, if I remember rightly, was famous for doing a lot of television. Music videos at that time.
Oh, really? Okay.
Yeah. There's lots I can say about this film. I've got lots of personal stories attached to this movie as well.
It stars Lenny Von Dolan, Virginia.
Sadly, no longer with us.
Oh no, and Virginia Madsen, who I absolutely love.
Yeah, who's the Princess in June for David Lynch's June.
Yes, and she was also in a music video I liked from Kenny Loggins. Maxwell Caulfield and Bud Cort. And before we go any further, I wanted to say hi to Darth Plato. How are you, Darth Plato? I hope you're doing well today. Thanks for stopping by and hanging out with us.
Darth's always popping in my gaming streams that I do on my channel, and there's actually a rifle brigade named after him called the Darth Platos. There's also a rifle brigade named after you called the Retro Rifles in my.
Oh, really?
My yeah, but you got decimated at the Battle of Antietam, and sadly, no more.
I didn't have protection.
Well, they took my flank, and you kind of got surrounded, and yeah, I think I rebuilt you after that, but I think I lost you again about 6 battles later. So,
listen to what Keith B says. He says, because she's so young, I thought the Godiva chocolate made her break out, and acne she got for Valentine's Day.
I don't remember that scene in the movie. I don't remember that scene.
And William Blake calls it. I had no idea Virginia Madsen was in this. Yeah. She's been in a lot of weird movies. She does pick up a lot of obscure movies, and I think that's has something to do with her agent. Like even that Kenny Loggins music video, it was so strange. Oh my goodness! Let me see if I can find the link for it so you guys can see.
While you're looking for that, shall I say some tidbits about the movie? So
yes, please do.
Steve Barron, who directed it, had directed over 100 music videos, so he was predominantly a music video director, not a feature film director. I'll tell you some other things to do with the film, and then I'll when appropriate, I'll tell you my personal stories about it. So Virginia Madsen and Lenny, the 2 leading actors in it, Virginia fell completely head over heels in love with him, and they stayed best friends up until the point that he passed away. But he was gay, and of course, back in '84, huge secret. So, and I'll come back to that in a minute, because I had a really lovely personal message from his partner, who I wrote to when he passed away. Now, Lenny Van Doolen first came to my attention when he played a soldier in the Kent State TV movie, and he's one of the ones who kind of regrets opening fire, and is very remorseful about what he did. And that was made about 5 years before this. I think it was made in '79. But I liked him as an actor. He had something very vulnerable about him. The way he played roles emotionally. So the 2 of them had really good charisma and were great in the roles. The problem was the film sucked. And what everybody always says about this movie, and it's totally true, is it's got one of the best songs ever written for a film, because the song is amazing, but it's one of the worst movies that's ever had a number 1 hit song. And the number 1 hit song was played all over the world, and it got to number 1 in so many countries, including the UK. And the end of the film is, spoiler alert, so mute now if you don't want to know the ending of this film and you haven't seen it, is that the computer somehow accesses every device in America, and which is nonsense, and plays the Electric Dream song simultaneously on every device in America. And I always thought that that of itself was really cool. And so in my sci-fi novel, Diamonds in the Sky, the third book is called All Over the World. That's the one I'm writing now. And the reason that book is called All Over the World is because the aliens in my book, they do the same thing. They play a song on every single device on the planet, every phone, computer, all of them simultaneously. And the whole world is like forced to stop and listen. And they do that to de-escalate conflicts that are occurring. So it'd be great if they turned up and did that now in reality. That would be quite useful. But so this film does have, even though the plot doesn't really work, it has got these nuggets in it that are really good. It's got nice performances in it, great music. Soundtracks for the film is great. It's got a number of good songs. It's got a nice instrumental soundtrack, and the actors have got good chemistry. But the script, with the kind of the story with the computer kind of becoming sentient and the computer getting jealous, is just not really, doesn't really work. It's just not really believable. But the guy who does the voice of the computer is Bud Cort, who's the same actor, I think, who does the computer of Michael Knight's car.
Oh, really?
Yeah, I think it's the same actor. But the personal story that I have about this film, I was so in love with this song that I used to have it on my Walkman. Every Walkman compilation I had this song on it somewhere. And I had the version of it directly from the film, so I'd recorded the sequence straight from the movie. And I used to have a paper route, and I used to go round and I'd sing it really loudly. Do you want me to reenact that? No, okay. So while I was delivering the papers, and in the UK, you do this thing where you post Christmas cards to all the houses that you deliver to, and then you come around to collect a Christmas tip. And a couple of the houses gave me a Christmas card back with some money in. And one of them said in the card, "We love the way you sing Electric Dreams every morning when you come to deliver mail to our house. We know it's time to get up." Something like that.
That's sweet.
I really love the song. The song is so romantic. It's got so many specific memories attached to me that are romantic moments in my life. And then also, I think the core message of the song, if you listen to the lyrics, are really sweet. They're just really lovely. The other story is, so when Lenny passed away, I saw that, you know, the name of his partner came up, and I saw he was on Twitter, because how actually his partner was playwright James Still, and how I knew that Lenny had died was because James did a post about it on Twitter. And it must have had Electric Dreams tagged in it or something. And that was how I came to see the post. So I was quite shocked, because he passed away quite young. He was only in his 60s. And so I thought, you know what, I'm going to reach out to this guy and tell him what that film meant to me, and tell him what, you know, Lenny, the impact Lenny's performance had on me and stuff like that. And I got an absolutely, I just thought it might make him feel better, you know, because he just lost his partner who he'd been with for something like 30 years or something.
Yeah.
Just thought it might make him feel better.
I'm sure it did.
Oh, it did. I got the most amazing message back from him. I might even be able to read it out to you. Here we go. Do you want me to read it to you? Because it's really lovely.
Okay.
Lance, I'm so moved that you reached out to me. I'm still struggling to find words. Heartbroke, check. Grief has moved into our home, and it looks like it will stay a while. Lenny was my best friend, my love, and my beloved, my reader of anything I write, my daily collaborator, my fellow traveler. For 16 and a half years of togetherness. Oh, that's how long they were together. Still a long time. At my best, I know it's a privilege to miss someone this much. At my less best, how can I go on? I think of Mr. Beckett, so I can't go on. I'll go on. And I think you're right. The kindness of strangers may be one way to go. The surprise and beauty of someone taking time to say, I see you, I feel you. And yes, Kent State was Lenny's first film. It was a formative experience for him. And yes, Lenny was a powerful actor on stage. I saw him in many plays. He was in my play, The Velvet Rut. I also directed him in John Patrick Shanley's Doubt. He was so passionate about the work and doing me the hard work and supporting his fellow artists. I wish we'd gotten to meet you, Lance. Thank you again. And I'm sending you all good wishes for you and yours and your work. And maybe we'll meet sometime. Life is funny that way. What a nice message that was.
Yeah.
And
That is super sweet. And yeah. Wow.
Yeah. So really really lovely man, you know. So now this film, even more now because of that little correspondence, has all these. It's funny, isn't it, how a film can mean so much to you at different moments in your life. Even though this film wasn't especially good, it's still good in its own way. But I think most people coming to watch it now, without our kind of mentality and the culture that we love, will probably find it quite boring. But there's some good things to be found in it, so I'm not saying don't watch it. But
I'm definitely watching this.
I mean, I have to say, Retro, knowing that you're a big soppy romantic at heart like myself, I think you'll probably actually really like it.
Yeah.
I think it will appeal to you. And I do like the film. I just know that it's not really a good film. It's in terms of pacing and technicals and scripts, it's all over the place, you know.
Well, I mean, this movie has me interested for basically two things. First of all, the AI aspect, and then Virginia Madsen. That's it. I'm in. And Koj is here. How are you, Koj? How are you? Says, what's up? And William Blake calls, says, just saying, Reaper Man. Oh, it's naming all of the 1984 movies. We did cover those ones already. Did I do the ratings game? I think so. I'm not sure about country. Ratings game or country are two ones that we didn't. Not sure we covered that one. And William Blake calls us Colossus should have sung pop songs to Dr. Forbin. There you go. Oh, I'm sure he eventually did figure out how to do that to probably control him. Koj says, fantastic personal story. I loved my Walkman. I made so many mixtapes, 90 minutes max over the 60 minutes. Yes, I did. I had some. I still have my tapes, actually.
I had them until about 10 years ago, and then I binned them all in one go, and I wish I hadn't, you know.
Yeah, I still have them. I don't even know if they work. I still have the player, the recorder, and everything. But it's in a box somewhere.
Let me show you something on
Koj
camera.
says also beautiful. Koj also says beautiful message, and William Blake Hall says I love the concept of the mixtape, and I like it when YouTube puts together mixes for you. Yes. And I love making playlists on YouTube. They're fantastic. And Koj says, I still make playlists as a mixtape, but I keep them under 80 minutes. So when I'm like one burn on it, CD, or for my car on the road, I gotta have the mixtape vibe, of course. And YouTube playlists, I do the same. It's a pleasing hobby. Oh yeah. And also I have a few still, but I like only 5 and boombox somewhere, and a boombox somewhere to play it.
Yeah.
Great.
I've got the vinyls to show you of this. I'll stick my camera on for a sec.
Okay.
So this is the album soundtrack for the movie. I forgot that because I'm a big ELO fan, hence the song All Over the World. But the album was mostly produced and overseen by Giorgio Moroder, but Jeff Lynne also did 2 songs from ELO, did 2 songs on it. And then this is the 12-inch extended remix of the main song. And I played this to death. Every time I came in from my paper round, I'd be straight on and I'd put this on with my headphones on. So, yeah, there you go. Dun, dun, dun.
Cool. And Koji says, vinyls, hearts. Yeah.
I was looking at the price of a turntable because I want to get one. I just missed that sound, and now I just going through my vinyls again just makes me want to play them. But I, by the time I pay for speakers and an amp, I'm looking at like £700-800. So
the next movie that we've got going on here is Paris, Texas. Have you seen this one?
I saw it at the cinema.
Okay, it's a rated R drama. Travis Henderson, an aimless drifter who has been missing for 4 years, wanders out of the desert and must reconnect with society himself, his life, and his family. Director is Wim Wenders. Stars Harry Dean Stanton, Nastasia Kinski, Dean Stockwell, and Sam Barry. What were your thoughts on this?
So I'm just laughing at Stunt Brat singing an 80s song in the chat there.
What? Stunt Brat is here. Let me see.
Hey, Retro, you're so fine. You're so fine. You blow my mind.
Stunt Brat. I love that song too.
I saw this movie, went to see another movie, and we came out. I can't remember what the other film was. It finished, and we heard that another film. We heard another film was on next door, and we thought, let's go in and watch the other film. So we went in, snuck into the back of the cinema, and it was this.
Okay.
I can't remember at what point it was already started. It was probably about 20 minutes in. Wim Wenders is like Jim Jarmusch. He's another avant-garde, quirky, very life-themed sort of narrative filmmaker. His films are very long, a bit ponderous, a bit slow, and you either they're Marmite. You either love them or you hate them. I quite liked this film because I'm a massive Harry Dean Stanton fan.
Yeah.
I'm also a big Dean Stockwell fan. So it's kind of a dysfunctional love story. But people disconnecting from family and coming home and escaping. And I haven't watched it. I saw it once since on video, probably also in the 80s, and I haven't seen it since. So, my memories about the film are very vague, other than I did like it and it's got great performances. But it is a slow film. Wim Wenders' films are always slow. He's never made a fast-paced movie in his life. So, just be ready for that. You might like it, you might not, Retro. It may not be for you.
Okay. Well, Blood Simple.
So good.
Oh yeah, you like this one? I've heard of this one. I don't remember it. If I have seen it, I don't remember if I've seen it or not.
So good. It's the first Coen Brothers movie. Like most Coen Brothers movies, it's got Francis McDormand in it. It's a great film. It's a dark sort of gumshoe thriller kind of vibe. It's good film.
Well, let me read the things first, and then when we get into it. Blood Simple, rated R, crime drama thriller. The owner of a seedy small town Texas bar discovers that one of his employees is having an affair with his wife. A chaotic chain of misunderstandings, lies, and mischief ensues after he devises a plot to have them murdered.
Yeah, it's almost like this is like it's almost like a low budget version of Fargo. It's like this is like Fargo on a low budget. It's very similar kind of. It's got this similar quirky dark humor. It's very good. I haven't seen it in a long time, but I saw it. I used to own it, but I don't have it now. I had it on VHS. I don't know why I've never bought it on DVD. I should really.
And so the directors, as as mentioned already. It's Joel Cohen and Ethan Cohen,
Coen
and it
brothers.
stars John Getz, Francis McDormand, Dan Hedaya, and Emmett Walsh, who's always solid in everything he does. So.
Dan Hedaya is like your Hispanic bad guy for hire in the 80s. Was in Commando, I think, among other things. He's still alive. He's still going. He's 83.
Wow.
Oh, I should try and get him in for an interview, shouldn't I? Really? Be good idea. See if I can. Still working as of 2021, so maybe he's just retired.
Okay, Purple Hearts, 1984, rated R, more drama in the middle of Vietnam. In the middle of the Vietnam War, a Navy surgeon and a nurse fall in love. Their affection for one another provides a striking contrast to the violence of warfare. This is directed by Sidney J. Furie, stars Ken Wall, Cheryl Ladd, Stephen Lee, Annie McEnroe. Wow, Cheryl Ladd was in this?
Yeah.
I did not see this, obviously, or know about it. So, did you see this one?
Yes, I have. I've seen it. Yeah, I've seen it. I remember it well. Oh
no! 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 Oh my goodness!
Alex, this is the third time you called me while I'm on a live stream. Hold on.
Okay. Well,
sorry about that, Retro. Sorry, so sorry.
That's okay.
I got my phone. My phone's not on mute. He just said to me, "When are you not live streaming?"
Yeah.
I'll call him back. I'll call him back later.
Okay.
It's the same guy has called me every time. He's the only guy who ever calls me when I'm live streaming. And he seems to call me every time I'm on a live stream. It's always when I forget to put my phone on silent.
Yeah, it's hard to put your phone on silent because then after you're done, sometimes it's hard to remember you did, and then if an emergency call comes in, you're like, "What happened?" William Blake Call says, "I hate to criticize, but this may be way too deep a dive into the movies of 1984."
I disagree.
Well, I'm sorry about that. Sorry.
William, what you need to remember is that the first part of this was all your Ghostbusters, Terminator, Dune, all the movies you guys all have heard of. What we're doing now is we're looking more at the stuff that a lot of it didn't get a proper cinema release, didn't get big international distribution, may have found a home on video, but a lot of these films you won't have seen. But in this selection, there will be a number of absolutely excellent films like Blood Simple that if you haven't seen, you should.
Oh no, he says that. All right. How did I miss Blood Simple? See, that came a little bit later.
Yeah. I rest my case, Your Honor. Case dismissed. He says if I'm talking to him, he can't make me out. I'll put my mic a bit closer now. William, hello.
Well, no, I think there's something wrong with this audio thing, so it's okay. I think he says he can read the text.
There's a few going back to this movie. There is a few things to say about it. How it came to my attention was we would get at the video store. We would get like a VHS tape, which would just be full of trailers, and to play in the store. And this was one of the trailers on that tape. Sorry.
Yeah.
Sidney J. Furie, who's the director, who's an award-winning director, done a number of impressive movies. Included, it's not the only film he's done about Vietnam. He did The Boys from Company C, which is a very good, underrated movie. Co-creator of the Iron Eagle franchise. He is still alive, age 90, so he's still going. This was one of the early movies, because don't forget, Platoon had not come out yet. This is 1984, so this is one of the early films set in Vietnam, but it was predominantly a love story. So there was some action in it. But one
Okay.
of the notable things about it, if you look at the cast list, he's not mentioned there, but
Mhm.
R. Lee McHenry, who played the drill sergeant in Full Metal Jacket, the notorious Vietnam film with
Mhm.
Matthew Modine. So he has played about 20 drill sergeants in about 20 movies, including science fiction films,
Yeah.
like Space Above and Beyond. You know, he was the drill sergeant in that show. He's also the drill sergeant in this film, playing exactly the same character that he would play in.
Hey, look, if it's working, you can't, don't mess with the model.
No, absolutely. Yeah, so he plays that character in this film. This film, they marketed it like it was going to be a contender for the Oscars. I remember the trailer very clearly, and it had one of those very, you know, with a groundbreaking performance from Ken Wall, this kind of thing. You know, it was they were really overselling it, and Ken Wall was very, very good in it, and I think perhaps this was perceived as the film that was really going to propel him, because he co-starred with Paul Newman in Fort Apache: The Bronx, which is a great film.
Mhm.
And to co-star in a film with Paul Newman as a young actor would be an amazing experience. And that was only 3 years before this. But unfortunately, this was kind of the height of his career. He then he had a motorcycle crash.
Okay.
Funnily enough, on his way to meet actress Diane Keaton.
Oh, no.
And that meant that the roles he could take were very limited.
Oh,
Um,
man.
and yeah, his acting career, and I think he had another accident a couple of years later. So yeah, he went
Oh,
through a lot of tough
gosh.
times. He went through a lot of tough times, did Ken
Oh,
Wall.
that's gotta suck.
Yeah, he'd be a really good guest to get on for an interview. He's still alive and he's 66.
Oh, good.
I think he would have a lot. I think he'd be a very interesting guest. I think he'd have a lot to say. So I might reach out to him. Actually, you're giving me all kinds of great ideas on this streams.
Okay,
Thanks,
great. Yeah.
thanks, Retro.
My pleasure. Now, Coach Jay, he's heading out. So he says, "Have a good day and a beautiful day, everyone. Gotta bounce. We'll enjoy the replay later. Good to see you stop by. I know, like, we're all busy and just insane. So I'm really glad that you were able to stop by and hang out with us for a little bit. And if you're watching this in the replay, or you've already gone off already, just hang in there. Have a great day, and we'll see you again soon." And William Blake Hall said, "Not every Vietnam movie was great. Gregory Hines and William Dafoe starred in the movie Off Limits, but I was just left wondering, what's the point?" I've never seen that movie. And St. Brett said, "William, I almost did a huge high fall in the Vietnam film with Michael Fox."
That'll be Michael J. Fox, and that'll be the film Casualties of War. And I know exactly the high fall he's talking about.
Oh, wow. Okay.
Yeah, with the Vietnamese girl falling off the bridge when she's executed. It's very powerful,
Oh,
very difficult movie to watch, but very good film.
yeah. She says it was in Thailand. A stuntman ended up doubling the girl and broke his back.
Damn.
Oh my God. You were so lucky they did not.
It's funny how we can't use the D word, but we're talking about all these traumatic accidents.
That's a totally different thing.
Yeah, sorry, I was joking. I wasn't being critical of you. I think my tone was misunderstood then by the deathly silence that followed. Anyway, moving on. It's worth.
She said, "God saved me for sure. Thank you." Yes.
Yeah.
Yeah. That horrible thing. Well, okay. Let's go for the next film. Maybe we'll go to something a little bit more cheerful, and we don't.
I was going to say, no, you're mistaken.
Mass appeal. It's a PG-rated movie, a drama. A popular Connecticut priest shields a seminary rebel from the wrath of a stern Monsignor. It's directed by Glenn Jordan, stars Jack Lemmon,
Yeah.
Ezekiel, Ivan Neck,
I've been-
Charles Durning, and Louise Latham. Have you seen this?
Yeah, I did. I saw it when it came out on video.
Wow.
Now,
You've seen a lot of these movies. This is great.
I went to the cinema every week in the 80s, and I also worked at a video store, and I also worked at a cinema. And on my days off, I went to the cinema. So, which I mean, sounds
This
crazy.
is great. No, this is fantastic.
I have a feeling that, look, I watched this film when I was in my teens. I thought it was boring, and just thought, oh well, you know, that was naff. Now I have a feeling as an adult, if I, you know, as a mature man who appreciates good acting and nuance in performance and loves Jack Lemmon, I have a feeling if I go back and watch this now, I will probably think it's a good film with really good performances. So this is going to go on my list of stuff to watch.
Yeah.
I'm gonna put. In fact, I'm gonna write that down now because otherwise I'll forget. But I can't offer any comment on it because I honestly can't remember much about it other than my young self thought it was boring, and that's not to put people off. I suspect it's probably a good film because if you look at the reviews on IMDb, people like it and they comment on the performances and say it's underrated. So.
Okay, well, William Blake Hall says he loves Mass Appeal. Something like it actually happened in a church he went to. So that's really scary, but also cool that you've seen it and can give us some insight. And so he says Jack Lemmon is pretty much the whole movie. He's terrific. Oh, okay, that's on my list.
I've never seen a bad performance from Jack Lemmon in a movie.
Myself either. He's always been pretty solid, in everything. So
it's incredible actor to watch as well, you know.
Yeah. It's and he also says, I think another great Lemmon movie is Missing with Stacey Spacek.
That is a really good film. Yeah, where his daughter's gone missing, and I think Sissy Spacek plays the mum, if I remember rightly. She might play the daughter actually, because it's 19. That's quite an early film. Maybe she plays the daughter. I forget. It's good movie. Good movie.
Okay, so the next one is a comedy romance. Thank goodness. Woo! Lightening up here. The Buddy System. It's a PG-rated movie, drama, comedy, romance. A quiet school truant officer, Joe, uncovers a young boy's attempt to fake a residential address and subsequently gets involved romantically with the boy's mother. Truant officer. Okay. And so it was directed by Glenn Jordan again. Stars Richard Dreyfuss.
Busy man that year.
Yeah. Susan Sarandon, Nancy Allen, and Gene Stapleton. Oh my goodness, there's all these big stars in this movie.
There's also a really young Will Wheaton in that film.
Really? Wow. So never heard of this movie until today. Oh, well, putting this together when I was putting this together. And so never heard of it.
I don't know how easy it is for you to switch, but I've got a picture of Will Wheaton in that film if you want to see it quickly.
I don't know if it'll get rid of.
If it's a pain, don't worry. I think you just have to take one down and put one up, and then put it back down again. But if it's a hassle, leave it.
Okay, let me let's see if I can do it.
There you go. So that's Sarandon on the left, Dreyfuss on the right, and there's Will Wheaton, whose chin looks ginormous with that at that angle. This is actually quite a fun little film, but the plot is the sort of thing that would get this man fired and hashtag me too today.
Mm.
But
Yeah.
I remember it. It's actually a fun. It's a nice, fun comedy romance film. It's quite sweet. So there's a still of Will Wheaton in that film. I think he still owns those trousers. All right, that's next one.
Heavenly Bodies.
Shall I read out the?
Yeah,
text?
you have to. Yes, if you want to read. Well, let me. Okay, let me start it, and then you read the synopsis. Heavenly Bodies, rated R, drama romance.
A small dancer-sized studio fights for its existence against the unscrupulous owner of a rival club. The conflict boils down to a dance marathon to settle the score.
Nice.
Yeah.
Director Lawrence Dane, stars Cynthia Dale and Richard Ribier, Walter George, Alton, and Laura Henry.
All those famous actors.
Yeah, I've not heard of anybody here. And when you get a score that's like below 5.2, like below a 6, that's when your eyebrow.
Yeah, below a 6, you need to be skeptical. Below a 5, you've got to ask questions.
Yeah, because most films will be a 6 point, like a 6 to 7, right? 6 to a 7 is where people usually score. And then when you get to like 5.9, you're like, well, maybe it could be for a certain type, like it could be for like a certain group of people might like this type of film. But then when you get to 5.2, it's like, ugh.
This is basically a low rent flash dance ripoff. It's
Yeah.
a bit like Asylum back in the 80s. You know, someone would do a film, Kids from Fame, and then we got Kids from Fame, the TV show. Flashdance was a massive hit, and I think Flashdance was 84, if I remember rightly.
Yeah.
And off the back of that, you'd get some small company somewhere would make a very kind of low rent. They'd get some hack writer and say, write me a Flashdance film, but with more flesh and this, and we'll get Cynthia Dale that used to be in that thing one time, sometime that no one can remember. And someone describes it on IMDb for Jiggle Vision fans only. I mean, it's a lot of women in leotards jumping about, dancing, sweating in a studio with a high energy sound.
Oh my goodness, yeah.
But it is so bad it's funny. I mean, it's a pure 80s cheese flash dance rip-off, quite bland, I'm afraid. I mean, but it is so bad you might find it funny, but I can't recommend it to people.
Yeah, I mean, I think it would be cool for like a Saturday night to kind of chill and watch something, silly, like something that's not going to engage you. If you're just like, well, I just want to see something silly tonight, and get my mind off of whatever. And this is probably a good one. I mean, that's what these kinds of movies, they're like bubblegum for your brain.
Yeah.
Something to chew on for the moment, waste some time if you feel like you have time to wait.
This is probably more like battery acid for your brain, but
you think it'll cause you damage?
I think there's better cheesy nonsense films from this year that are a better time of your 90 minutes. I can't remember if we mentioned Real Genius last time, but I'm sure we will get onto it if we haven't. But Goodbye Girl,
I don't think Real Genius is not 1984, is that right?
No, it came out. No, you're right. In the UK, it came out in either 85 or 86.
Okay. Oh, was it 83 in America?
Real Genius? No, don't know. I don't know if.
Stumpbread says probably most of the coast were dancers first and actors second. Ooh. Ooh,
I think most of the
yeah.
cast were pole dancers first and actors second.
Is that not what I just said? Oh my God, I'm going. Sorry about that.
It's
What
almost.
did I say?
No. No. You well, you said coast instead of cast, but I just added an extra bit.
Oh. Sorry about that, guys. Thank you for saving me. Yes, that was exactly what was meant to say. William Blake Hall says never sigh, but only does it not only does it look like fluff compared to Flashdance, it even looks like fluff compared to Perfect. Oh yes, I was just thinking about that movie starring John Travolta and Jamie Lee Curtis. Yes.
I think Perfect was 85, wasn't it?
Most likely it was, and yeah, it's another one of those movies that is just people gyrating in front of the camera,
Getting
but there's
sweaty. Yeah.
hardly a plot, like barely a plot going on. But at least with that one, it was there was a guy pretending to be well, he was a news reporter or something like that.
Yeah.
Something I can barely remember.
He was an undercover journalist looking for a seedy story because there's rumors that people are dealing drugs and prostitution from this particular fitness club. That's the plot.
Yeah. Now, and that's really juicy. That's actually a juicy concept, but they somehow made it. Didn't they didn't really work the angle on that.
They tried to go for the juice, but not the concept. Let's put it like that.
Yeah, I would say so. And William Blake also says, "Have your popcorn ready." Oh, is that for real? Okay, Real Genius is getting a shout out. And he says you had to go to the movie with a fistful of dollars. Oh, you mean Heavenly Bodies? Let's see. And Red says she's mentioning Real Genius in every chat until I see the movie. And yes, did I try? I'm not sure if I tried to get to see it and there was a problem.
You'll like Real Genius. It's a Val Kilmer movie. Kind of. He shot it before Top Secret, but it got released after Top Secret.
And I'm not even sure that I haven't seen it if I'm thinking about it carefully.
It's basically about a load of nerds at a college who are sort of computer nerds and stuff, and there's a subplot involving a tutor and some computer software and trying to do something. I forget the plot, but I know that it's got a big scene where a house fills up with popcorn, which is incredibly funny. Because they fill this guy's house with popcorn and it gets cooked, and the whole house just has popcorn exploding out of every orifice, every window, doorway. Oh,
I may have seen it. I may have seen that movie, but we'll come back to that.
Yeah.
But for now, we'll remain in 1984. We'll take our time machine back to 1984.
Yeah.
The DeLorean, and we're gonna be looking at this movie, Body Rock.
Body rock, get your rhythm to the music. Body. Sorry.
Are you singing the song?
Yeah. You're not going to get shut down for my singing. It's just not going to happen.
Oh, you would be surprised.
I will be. I'm prepared to be very, very surprised.
Well, I don't want to take that gamble. Okay.
Right.
Now, Pete, it's let me just finish talking about the movie real quick. It's PG-13. It's drama musical. It's a musical with music. Chili, yeah. Chili is just a guy from the streets with a talent for breakdancing. This is great. When his wicked moves catch the eye of an industry pro, Chili finds his dreams of fame and fortune coming true for the better or worse. I must see this movie. This is going to be so much fun.
So, Again, I've got loads of stories about this film.
Okay, well, before you start, let me just list who was in there because this is part of the fun.
I'm trying to find my vinyl soundtrack for this, but it appears not to be here.
Well, while you're looking, I'll just say the rest. It's directed by Marcelo Epstein, and it stars who could only be Chili would be Lorenzo Lamas.
This movie defined his whole career, believe me.
Lorenzo Lamas. It also stars Vicky Frederick, Cameron Dye, and Michelle Nicastro. So yes, this is gonna be hilarious. I just know it. I can't wait to see it. Let's see, Body Rock.
Get your rhythm to the music.
And yeah, it looks like a riot. The description of what it is just, it's tickling me right now. And Separate is saying that you'll love it. Every single scene is golden from
I mean, it's
Real Genius.
Oh, Real Genius. Okay.
Yeah, no, she was talking about Real Genius. And let's see. And William Blake Hall says, "Oh man, I think we see diehard Lorenzo Lamas fan here." Who me? I'm actually not, but I just want to see. Yeah, I just want to see this movie because it will bring back some good old 80s memories. And let's see. Oh look, Zacharat 315 is here. Hello, 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 says Retro TV Popcorn Movies. Awesome. Oh my goodness.
Well, this is another soundtrack I know that I had. It's also missing, so I guess there's probably a bag with a load of other soundtracks in it, or I've just lost some over the years. But I had the vinyl for this.
Well, you know, lay your stories up on us.
Well, this movie, you know, there was a slew of breakdancing films in the 80s. We've talked about them before. The best one, hands down, is Beat Street. We did a stream about that on my channel. Which of course was produced by the late great Harry Belafonte.
That was 1983, right?
Yes.
Okay.
Oh, I don't know actually, because no, Beat Street and Breakdance were released in the same year, and I think Breakdance was 84.
It's 84.
Yeah, so I think so. This is the third of the sort of the body popping.
Well, it would be 5 because then Electric Boogaloo also came out too.
Electric Boogaloo, that's the second breakdance movie. So was Electric Boogaloo 84?
Well, wait a minute. Yes, definitely that was 84.
Right.
So there was Breakin'.
Yeah.
There was Electric Boogaloo.
Right.
And then there was the one you had the show about. Which one was that?
Beat Street.
Beat Street. And then this movie.
Yeah, there's also rapping with Mario.
Yeah, that's different. Yeah.
So going back to this, I mean, first of all, I've watched this recently, and I was amazed how badly it's aged, because I kind of expected it to still hold a special place in my heart, and I was like, oh my god, why did I ever like this film? It's rubbish. Why I liked the film was the soundtrack is very good. It's got a #1 song by Maria Vidal that was #1 all over the world. You know, and basically the plot of the movie is: born on a hungry street, children of darkness fell upon the beat. Those are the two lines of the first opening lines of the song. That's pretty much the story. You know, Chili's only skill is really that he's good looking and he can dance. Beyond
kind of dance, yeah.
Kind of dance, yeah. He can't really dance. Beyond that, he doesn't really have a personality.
Look, I didn't see this movie. I already know that he can. He kind of can dance because of who's playing this part.
But I mean, Lorenzo Lamas basically has made a career out of, you know,
being very good looking,
putting on dark sunglasses and wearing a leather jacket. And
Yeah.
in Body Rock, Lorenzo Lamas wears a leather jacket and puts on dark sunglasses and does a bit of dancing. There are some good actors in some of the smaller roles, including Cameron Dye, who's listed there, who at one point was heralded to be the next best thing. He was snapped up under contract by Canon Films. We talked about this on your
Yes, yes, yes.
and for some reason, his career didn't happen. Again, he's another person I've written to. I've said I'd love to talk to you. You know, it's because I feel these people have got the most interesting stories. Do you know what I mean?
Yes, yes, yes.
But I mean, I feel like Lorenzo Lamas is basically playing an extension of himself in this film. And you know, it's a rags to riches tale. Be careful what you ask for. You know, he gets a bit famous. He gets a bit of a contract. He turns into a dick, and he drops all his friends. And that's that's basically the plot.
Typically, every entertainment business movie ever.
Yeah, Vicky Frederick is, you know, very forgettable in it. But there are some things I like about it. I like like I said, I like the music. I like the fashion in it is outrageously 80s. Lots of poppy colors and whatnot. But yeah, it's not a good movie. I remember actually I loved this film in the 80s, and I remember my friend Darren, who was actually a body popping guy. He was really good at it. And I said, "Oh, you got to watch Body Rock, and yeah, it's nearly as good as Beat Street." And he rented it out. He went, "Why did you tell me to watch that film? It was terrible." I was like, "Oh, well, I thought it was good," but he was right. It's not a good.
Well,
but,
you know, one thing. I mean, because you know, I like these small, you know, smaller movies like this. They're a little, like a little cheeky. They're not, you know, big concepts. I like them because somebody just said, let's just make a movie about what's happening in pop culture. And they tried to, without really knowing like the deep culture of it, or actually investing, you know, maybe a year or studying it or anything like that. They just kind of said, hey, let's just go into it. And also they were, you know, they were riding that wave of, you know, these movies about people who are in dancers trying to make it in, you know, from the streets. And just really can't wait to see this one.
I mean, I think you'll like it because it's proper cheese, and there's a lot of retro, you know, retro hair girl fashions in there. So.
Oh, I can't wait. I can't wait. The cover is already it's already inspiring me, so I can't wait to see it. It's gonna be a lot of fun. And you know what? No, Lorenzo though back in the day was like the cool dude. He was, you know, good looking, and I think he did some action movies too, some low budget action movies.
Yeah, and he did that TV series Renegade or whatever.
Yes, he was did TV, and I think he was even on some soap operas. So he's that, you know, that he's a job actor. You know, he's been doing jobs.
He's been married more times than Elizabeth Taylor. I mean, he's
Oh,
been
wow.
married and divorced 5 times.
Oh, wow.
Yeah, and 2 other listed partners presently
Oh, wow.
engaged. Presently engaged. 6 times a charm. Don't give up, Lorenzo. I you know, I admire someone who doesn't.
Still, yes, he still believes. That's great. I love that. And let's see. William Blake Hall says, I just lost a game of computer chess. Oh, still here. Okay. And Kitty's not as bad as when I lost tic-tac-toe to that chicken. You guys are just so funny in the chat. So let's see what's next. I am definitely watching this. This is on my list for fun times. And we've got Finders Keepers. It's a rated R film it's a comedy film. Looks more on the lines of almost It's a Mad Mad World almost.
Yeah, I've seen this.
On the run from the police and a female roller derby team, scam artist Michael Ganglioff steals a coffin and boards a train pretending to be a soldier bringing home a dead war buddy. It's directed by Richard Lester and it stars Michael O'Keefe, Beverly D'Angelo, Louis Gossett Jr., and Pamela Stephenson. Wow.
So a lot of people will probably forget, but Richard Lester was the person who took over from Richard Donner on the
For Superman, right?
on
Superman 2?
Superman 2, yeah. And he also directed all the early Musketeers films, the ones with Oliver Reed, and
Mm,
he did all of those.
I love those.
They're good. They're good films.
Mhm.
And believe it or not, he's still alive. Born in 1932, so he's
Wow.
getting on a bit. But this film, Michael O'Keefe, most people probably won't remember this, but he was the lead in Caddyshack. So he's like the young guy, you know, riding on the bike to the club at the beginning, and he's the one that he's the lad that takes part in the golf tournament, kind of tutored by Chevy Chase. So at the time that this was made, because Caddyshack came out in, I think it was 82, I want to say, Michael O'Keefe was very much a star on the rise, you know, and I mean he's still a jobbing actor, still very good actor now. Beverly D'Angelo, of course, is the wife from the Vacation films. There's a very, very, very young Jim Carrey in this film.
Oh, good.
Brian Dennehy's in it. Ed Lauter's in it. Louis Gossett Jr.'s in it. So it's got a good cast. It's tonally, it's in the realm of like Mad World. It's not quite as grand.
Mhm.
But you know what? I like it. I think you'd like it. It was one that I saw on video, and I rented it because it was the guy from Caddyshack, and I liked it. Thought it was good.
Cool, cool.
I'm surprised at the low rating. If I'm honest, I don't think it's a 6 out of 10. It's not a great film, but it's fun but forgettable. You know.
Stump Rat says, I forgot about this. Retro Lorenzo was also on Falcon Crest. Yeah, or not. I think it was Falcon Crest that he was on.
Yeah, he was on
It-
Falco. He was on Falcon Crest, and he was
yeah.
in it for quite
I
a
mean,
while.
he's a decent actor. I think he's just not challenged at all at some of the stuff that he does. But he's I usually I've always liked him. And you know who else I've always liked? Rick Springfield.
Yeah, no,
Who's also does the similar type like roles. But he's actually been on a soap opera for many years playing a doctor, which is really interesting.
well, if people are interested, Lorenzo Lamas actually has an autobiography out. You can buy it on Amazon.
Oh, okay.
Do you want me to drop the link for it in the chat?
Yes. I mean, we're talking about him. He can make some money.
I mean, why not? You know, I just think it's always nice to do it for people.
Yeah.
Let me just.
And plus more, he's a. I mean, I think for people like Lorenzo, he's actually been entertaining people for many years. You know what I mean? Like these guys, they're. I know it seems, I'm not really like a celebrity like a gawker, like somebody's like, oh, the celebrities do everything and blah blah blah. But I do respect people who have been in the business for a long time because the things that they do entertain us in moments when we need like something to to lift our spirits. Like I'm certain that when I see that movie, the one that we talked about with Lorenza on it, I'm gonna be smiling the whole time, and that is gonna make me feel really nice, really good. And so I think it's kind of nice to be kind to those guys. They're really they've been doing such a great thing for people for a long time by entertaining us. Are you not entertained?
Yeah, I got to say that line once. Yeah. Well, his autobiography is available. Anyway, well, back to Finders Keepers, worth watching. You know, I wouldn't say it's that you must watch this like Blood Simple if you haven't seen it, but if you
Okay.
fancy it, if you're a fan of any of the actors in it, or just fancy it.
Yeah, I mean, because just by even just the poster, it looks like they're channeling. It's a mad, 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 mad world. And sort of that like chase movie, like that frantic chase movie where everybody's chasing each other, or they've got to be the one to get to the person that they're trying to get to. So it looks like it'll be kind of fun there. So I'll give it a chance. Let's see what else. So everybody, Lorenzo Lamas's autobiography is in the chat, and Sebra says Rick Spielberg is awesome. I worked with him on his TV show in 1994, High Tide. Oh wow, yeah, Rick Springfield is like so awesome, and he's still at it. And William Blake Hall says, I recall Rick Springfield from an early TV attempt to do The Human Target. Oh, I never heard of that. And of course, Jesse's Girl. Yes, that was his big hit in the 80s. And William Blake Hall says, I think Michael O'Keefe was in The Great Santini starring Robert Duvall.
Yeah, he was. Yeah, good film.
And Keith E says, I've never heard of Michael O'Keefe. The same before, but certainly I've seen him in many things. And William Blake Hall says, not to be confused with Miles O'Keefe from Tarzan the Ape Man with Bo Derek, or Sword of the Valiant. And yes, I love myself some Sword of the Valiant. And Ator, the Fighting Eagle. I love that movie.
Here's a funny bit of information for you. One of the reviews on Amazon for Renegade at Heart, Lorenzo's biography, is written by Kathleen Kimott. Okay, and if you read it, the beginning of the review is, I've just finished reading Renegade at Heart, written by my first husband and Renegade co-star Lorenzo Lamas. So one of his former wives has actually reviewed his book. And she says, she said, I'm honored to be part of several chapters, even though some is quite painful to read. If you're as curious as I was and want to know more about one of the most fascinating men on the planet, read his book. I mean, it's a nice review. So, and she's one of his ex-wives, and he's got 6 of them.
And how many stars did she give him?
5 out of 5.
Oh, wow, that's pretty good.
It's pretty interesting. You wouldn't expect to see that, would you? From
So now this is an interesting one. You'll have to tell me. Have you seen this one? Just
I have seen it. I saw it at the cinema. It was. Do you want me to read out the thing?
Well, I'll read it out. Okay, and then you'll jump in. Okay, Birdie, a rated R drama war. After 2 friends return home from Vietnam War, one becomes mentally unstable and obsesses with becoming a bird. It's directed by Alan Parker, stars Matthew Modine, Nicolas Cage, John Harkins, and Sandy Barron.
Yeah, I mean, it's basically a war that deals with PTSD.
Yeah.
And Matthew Modine's character, and by the way, it's the performance of his career. He's phenomenal in this movie.
Wow.
Yeah, his kind of way of confronting it is he sort of plows his his trauma into kind of birds and flying and this sort of thing. And it's a really difficult watch, but it's a beautiful film as well. There's something about it that's very tender and raw, and it nominated for an absolute slew of awards. This is not an obscure movie. It got huge press at the time, but I think it was it was an awards movie rather than a movie that the public wanted to go and watch. So, all the critics loved it, but nobody went to see it.
What would you consider it obscure for today's time? Because hardly anybody talks about this.
I mean, I think it's fair to say that, because its budget was 12 million, right? And it only made 1.5 million in America alone. So I don't think even internationally it recouped its budget, and it was in development for a long time. It took a long time to get off the ground. It was in development from 79. 78 was the book. It was based on a book, and they had a huge casting process, and this is the film that sort of kick-started Modine and Nicolas Cage's careers. I mean, Modine had been in a couple of other things, but not. He'd done Vision Quest, which I can't remember. That might have been after this. That might have been 86 or 85. But he hadn't done a meaty lead role in a film that was as challenging as this. It's quite something. It's a good movie. I recommend it wholeheartedly. It's not an easy watch. It's not a date night film, but I think everybody should watch it. Very good.
Okay. And
yeah, I'd give it like 8, 9 out of 10.
Okay, and look, the score is high, 7.2. The next one is called The River Brat. It's PG rated, adventure crime drama. After serving time for a murder he didn't commit, all Billy wants to do is to reconnect with his daughter. However, some loose ends, like the whereabouts of the stolen loot, just won't let him go. And this is directed by Thomas Rickman. It stars Tommy Lee Jones and Martha Plimpton, Brian Dennehy, and Sean Smith. Is this one that you've seen?
I have.
Great.
Of course I have.
I'm so glad you're here.
Look, any film that had Tommy Lee Jones in, even back then, or Brian Dennehy, because Brian Dennehy I first saw it was really early in his career, something, and anything he was in I would always watch. So this movie didn't get a big release. I can't remember where I first watched it. It's kind of like it's like a sort of family adventure film.
Oh, okay.
With a I guess an adult slant, the plot's a bit messy, but it can't quite decide what type of film it wants to be, whether it's an adventure movie, a family about people reconnected, or a thriller about somebody serving time for a murder they didn't commit. It's got a lot going on. So it's a bit all over the place, tone wise and content wise, but there's a lot in it. There's a lot of things about it that are really good. So it's one of those films that, if you like the actors in it, you should probably watch it.
Okay. And
Martha Plimpton's very good in it as well.
Okay. And then we have The Bostonians, 1984, not rated drama romance. A Boston feminist and a conservative Southern lawyer contend for the heart and mind of a beautiful and bright girl unsure of her future. Director is James Ivory. It stars Christopher Reeve, Vanessa Redgrave, and Jessica Tandy, as well as Madeline Potter. What did you think about this movie?
Well, you haven't asked me if I've seen it yet.
Well, you said that you've seen everything.
I have seen it. I have to say, I only saw this once when it came out. I thought it was as boring as Bat Droppings, and I haven't watched it since.
What?
No. Now, that's my teenage me. That's me of 13 years of age. This may well have been a great film that a 13-year-old couldn't particularly appreciate. So that's the only memory I have of this film, that I thought it was boring. And I'm a big fan of Christopher Reeve.
Hmm.
I like Jessica Tandy as well. But yeah, I can't tell you anything more about it. I can't remember anything about it other than I thought it was boring.
Well, William Blake Hall says, I like its premise, a socialist country like Romania, which incorporates Transylvania, kicking out an. Oh, I'm sorry. I got what am I reading? Okay, here we go. The Bostonians. Okay, this one I might be up for. Okay, thank you. My goodness. Oh man. Okay. Well, the next one is The Hit, which is a rated R crime drama thriller 10 years after rattling on his old mobster friends in exchange for personal immunity. Two hitmen drive a hardened criminal to Paris for his execution. However, while on the way, whatever can go wrong does go wrong. It's directed by Stephen Ferris.
That's pronounced Frears.
Frias. Okay, Frias. Stars Freddie Stewart, Ralph Brown, AJ Clark, and Terrence Stamp. Ooh.
Okay, now, okay, there's something gone wrong here with IMDb, because there was a film that came out in 1984 called The Hit. The leading actor, if you look at that poster, is John Hurt, which is correct. Terrence Stamp is also in the film. It's a three-hander. Basically, it's Tim Roth, John Hurt, Terrence Stamp, and the girl is in it a little bit. So that girl that's on the poster is hardly in the movie, but obviously marketing decided that there were two reasons that she'd be good for the poster, from what I can see. But she's really not in the film. This poster is completely misleading. This film is an amazing film. This is a 9 out of 10 film.
Mm-hmm.
And it's a fantastic. I don't want to tell you the twist, but it's an older hitman nearing retirement who has kidnapped what we call in the criminal world a grass. So grass is someone. It's like you call them an informer, right? An informant. So he's been sent by the British criminal fraternity to Spain to kidnap this grass, Terrence Stamp's character, and bring him back to England. And Tim Roth is like his apprentice, like the young sort of hitman wannabe who's along for the ride, who's supposed to be in training. And that's the premise of the film. And they go through this process with a cop following them who's trying to track them down as they go from Spain to France. And the movie ends at the Spanish-French border. It's a really good film with first-class performances. And like I say, this poster is completely misleading. Ralph Brown is barely in the film. Freddie Stewart is an extra. So why he's even listed there among the sort of leading actors, I don't know. This is John Hurt's movie. And I met John Hurt a few months before he died. I actually caught a plane back with him from the Isle of Man Film Festival. And we talked about this film more than any other, because I just think this is a fantastically underrated film that most people have not seen. In my top 20 films of 1984, there's quite a few contenders fighting to get into that list. This would definitely be in there. It's an amazing movie. And to comment on William's comment, Terrence Stamp gets top billing in the film. So this lineup of actors here is nonsense. And I've never seen that poster before. The original poster for The Hit is way better than that.
Okay.
Yeah, it's a lot less kind of, what they're trying to do there with the marketing. I just think it's a bit ridiculous. But that happened. That happened a lot in the 80s. Let's put a gun and a chick on it and see if we can sell it. There's much better posters for this movie.
And the next one is songwriter, rated R, drama music. Doc Jennings is a country music star who's become fed up with the industry. With some help from an old friend, he attempts to right some wrongs and get back to the ruthless promoter who has swindled him. To get back at the ruthless promoter who's swindled him. It's directed by Alan Rudolph. That's the second time we've seen him today. And stars Willie Nelson, Christopherson, Melinda Dillon, and Rip Torn. Love him.
Rip Torn.
Yeah, love Rip Torn. And any words about this?
I saw the trailer for this, but I've not seen the film.
What?
Yeah, because again, you've got to remember, 13 years of age. See a trailer, it's for a kind of a country and western sort of music biopic type thing.
And it's
I was like, next. This was not something I wanted to dash out and rent. Now, older me is quite intrigued by this.
Yeah, me too. I'm actually interested in it, but I mean, I hear you.
Four great actors there. We just lost Melinda Dillon as well, I think, and who was in Close Encounters. Yeah, I think this is another one I'm gonna check out, so I'm gonna add it to my list. I've only got 2 on my list, Retro. How many have you got?
Oh, a lot. So this one is Over the Brooklyn Bridge, rated R, comedy romance. A Jewish man who owns a Brooklyn deli asks his domineering uncle for a loan so he can buy his dream restaurant in Manhattan, but the uncle demands that he give up his genteel girlfriend. And it's directed by Menahem Golan from you know where.
Yeah.
And stars, and that's it for those who don't know Canon Films. Stars Elliot Gould, Margot Hemingway, Sid Caesar, and Carol Kane.
Menahem Golan, the seal of quality.
What did you see this at all?
I did see it. I saw it because Elliot Gould was in it. Big fan of Elliot Gould. I can't remember much about it beyond it felt like a play on TV. There were some good performances in it. I think it's one of Menahem's sort of, this is going to be the one where we get the Oscar. We're going to get the Oscar. So I think it's kind of like one of those ones where they're trying to make a serious film. And it's probably one of the few films where he really sort of wanted to do a serious movie. A lot of it, the themes of it are basically to do with anti-Semitism and stuff like that. So there's probably the film is probably more relevant now than it was then. And it would be interesting to rewatch it, but I remember thinking at the time that it was quite average.
Yeah. It's not really appealing me, but Elliot Gould and Margot Hemingway, and she was really good. She just disappeared, it seemed, after the 80s. And it may have been to like be with a family. I mean, usually that's what happens to a lot of those.
I think she married some.
Married, yeah.
She married some quite rich guy, but she died really young.
Oh, really? Oh my!
Yeah, she died in 1996.
Oh wow!
She's the sister of Mariel Hemingway.
Yes, I remember Mariel.
People often get 2 of them.
They look so much alike.
Confused. She had a massive problem with alcohol addiction.
That's right. My mom was a big fan of hers. Okay, so let's see. There's some William Blake calls this. I guess I could sit through a songwriter just for Willie and Chris. Yeah, me too. I think I could handle that. Because Chris Christopherson is just a great actor, and Willie Nelson, he can act pretty decent, I think. And looks like they would have that would have been a good thing to do. And William Blake Hall, Mary Margot Hemingway, what a tragedy, yes. And Keith E says Margot died 12 years later, only 12 years later at 42, I think. Yeah, it's terrible. But yeah, I would watch this. I definitely would give it a watch. It's if not for those two, Elliot Gould and Margot, I think Sid Caesar though is always a riot. But is he like a riot in this or?
To be honest with you, I can't remember.
And I suppose Carol Kane must have been really young in this one. Yeah, so we'll try it.
Yeah, she's still alive, isn't she, Carol Kane?
Oh, she should be. I don't think so.
Yeah,
There's no issue with that. Nausicaa, the Valley of the Wind. You have
great.
seen this.
I have. Great film. It's one of, Castle in the Sky and all those that Studio Ghibli.
Mm-hmm.
One of the early Studio Ghibli films.
Okay, well, let me read this part. PG, animation, adventure, sci-fi, warrior, and pacifist Princess Nausicaa desperately struggles to prevent two warring nations from destroying themselves and their dying planet. And I probably am going to ruin everybody's name on this, but I will say the director is Hayao Miyazaki. There we go.
Yeah.
Miyazaki. At least we got that. So yes, finish telling us how you feel about this movie.
This is an absolutely brilliant film. Everyone should watch it. The end.
Thank you. Next.
I don't want to spoil it, and it's always hard to describe a Studio Ghibli film. Look, if you like Japanese animation at its finest, it's an early effort. It's great. Oh, cut and run.
Rated R adventure horror thriller. A reporter and her cameraman connect a surviving Jonestown leader and a TV exec's missing son to a drug war where jungle installations are being massacred by an army of natives and a skilled white assassin. My goodness, that sounds really convoluted.
Yeah. This is one of those movies where it's a B movie action thriller horror, and they just thought, let's get the guy from The Hills Have Eyes, let's get Richard Lynch from Sword and the Sorcerer. Great Richard Lynch, such a great.
Yeah, he's wonderful. Wonderful.
Let's get all these people. Let's get some actress people will have seen Lisa Blount. Chuck them in a film. We'll get that Italian guy, Leonard Mann, and who did all the B movie Italian films.
And Willie Ames.
Yeah, and it's
who was really big at the time. He was really a big, for TV, a TV actor.
There's two versions of this movie. There's a European American one, which is a very straightforward action film. But there's the Italian and Japanese version, has loads of extra gory scenes, massacres of people, violence, nudity, all of this kind of thing. I've never seen the uncut version. So I'd quite like to see that actually.
Okay. Well, it's directed by Ruggero Deodato. I've never heard of this particular director, so I'm really interested.
He's an Italian director, part of the whole 80s B movie Italian gang. He's part of the same group that were making he did the Barbarians.
Oh, really?
He did the Atlantis Interceptors. He did Cannibal Holocaust. He did Concord Affair 79. So they were making like B movie ripoffs of more popular films.
Absolutely, yeah. That was great. I loved all those. Okay, so yeah, that sounds like a wild time.
He often directed under the name Roger Franklin in US credits. A lot of Italian directors had like an American-sounding directing name for some of their films. This is a film that, like, people who like those. I mean, I'd quite like to see the uncut version. I had this poster on my wall for ages because it was a cool poster, and Richard Lynch was on the poster, you know. So, I mean, the film is average at best, but you know, if people like that sort of Cannibal Holocaust, all of those, you'll probably like this. It's an 80s schlock B movie, and there's some interesting things to be found in it. But I would like to see the proper version. I've never seen the full version. I know that for sure. I could tell it had been cut, the version I watched.
Okay, well, the next one is Windy City, rated R, drama romance. The lives of a group of young Chicago men as seen through the eyes of one of them, a 30-something writer suffering from the early onset of midlife crisis brought on by nostalgia, his dying friend, and the wedding of his old flame. It's directed by Armian Bernstein. It stars John Shea, Kate Capshaw, Josh Mostel, and Jim Borelli.
Yeah. Got John Mostel in this film as well, who's the guy stealing the stuff from Jurassic Park and making it all go wrong. He's got quite a key role as a captain of a ship in the film. My recollections of this film are very positive.
Okay.
It was one of those ones that I saw on. I think I saw this on TV. I don't think I even rented this. I think this was like a film I kind of caught on television by accident. I quite liked the theme of the dying friend is always something that I relate to because of my friend who passed away in 87 very suddenly from an asthma attack. So I feel like I didn't see this in 84. I feel like I saw it probably in 88 or something. And I know that there's a best friend who's dying in the movie. And I think he's got leukemia or something like that. And it's about making a dream come true for him before, you know, before the end. And then all the other characters have got their own little things going on. It's very similar to that movie Diner. It's got that vibe, you know. And what's that other one when everybody gets together in the country home that was directed by the director of Silverado? The film he made actually before Silverado, the Big Chill.
Oh,
it's got that kind of vibe. It's that sort of film. So it is a film with a lot of people talking about stuff. I just think it depends if there's. There was something in it for me, but I think for a lot of people they probably won't get much out of it. But I quite liked it.
Yeah, it's pretty. I mean, it sounds like something that's going to be very sentimental and endearing, but and you've got, you know, if you want to get into the mood of that, I think that's what this feels like. I wouldn't mind taking a look at it. Let's see. The next one is Champions, PG rated. It's a biography drama romance.
Oh, yeah, this movie.
It's a biography. Or did they mean biopic? A British steeplechase jockey who in the late 1970s was diagnosed with cancer rather than succumb to the disease. However, Bob stages a miraculous recovery and goes on to win the 1981 Grand National Steeplechase on the horse Adaniti. Aldaniti.
That's a bit of a mouthful, isn't it?
Yeah, Aldaniti. And it's directed by John Irving. It stars John Hurt, Gregory Jones, Mick Dillon, and Bell. And that's supposed to be John Hurt on the cover of this.
Yeah, it's pretty terrible. That's a terrible poster.
Yeah, is that supposed to be him? Yeah, wow. That doesn't look like him at all.
That's a proper pants poster. First of all, it's just not a good poster. It looks like a poster of a bad novel.
Oh yeah, like a very sad romance novel.
I remember that my sister really wanted to see this movie because she rode horses and she was really into anything
Oh, yeah,
horsey films.
yeah.
I had no interest in seeing this film. I still have probably no interest in seeing this film. I guess because I just, for me, it's a bit like it's a bit too labelled. It's a bit like it's served up on a plate as a potential. This could be an Oscar winner. You can feel the producers rubbing their fingers, but it's really just. I think it's just quite an average film. And I've only seen bits of it. I don't think I've ever sat and watched it the whole way through. But it does have the man from the Gorgo costume in it, which is probably one of your favourite films, isn't it? Gorgo 61.
No, I did not see that one. What? And William Blake Hall says, well, we're missing a lot of great movies unless I missed a chapter of this somewhere. Yes, definitely, because I did go over about 100 of them before, because this is part 4.
Yeah,
So I have done part 1, 2, and 3. You've got some catching up to do, William.
I was on parts 1 and 2 with you. I think I don't think I was on 3.
Yeah, 3 was last week, and we did that, and so yeah, there's I think a couple that we did. And William Blake also says that wild about Champions is that the jockey was named Bob Champion. I kid you not.
True, because Bob Champion co-wrote the script. It is a true story.
Interesting. And let's see. Next one is Heartbreakers, rated R drama. Blue, a struggling painter, and Eli, the son of a businessman, are childhood friends who have a complicated romantic. Are childhood friends who have complicated romantic relationships, which slowly expose the state of their own friendship. Directed by Bobby Roth, stars Peter Coyote, Nick Mancuso, Carol Laurie, Max Gale.
Yeah.
Have you seen this?
I have.
Did you like this?
I have seen it and I did like it.
Oh, cool.
One of the things about me, because I was a really romantic kid, even when I was like 10, I always got super upset if I didn't get a Valentine's card. So for anyone listening, no, I did not get any Valentine's cards this year for the 5th year running. Personal best. So so I was always quite drawn to romantic sort of storylines in films because I would always sort of picture me as the protagonist trying to get the girl, you know. Peter Coyote is probably one of the most underrated actors of his generation. He's a phenomenal actor who's done some really good television movies. There's one where he plays it's a 2-parter. He plays a serial killer. I forget, or not a serial killer, but a murderer who's also manipulating people, and he's really good in it. The name will come to me because I've actually got it on DVD. This is a very different fish for him, but it's a fun movie about, you know, complex relationships, romance, and so on. It's just a nice film. I think it's quite underrated. Most people won't have seen it. The performances are all very good.
Oh, good.
Yeah, I think it's, you know, it's an underrated sort of gentle romance drama comedy, or dramedy, as dramromedy. There we go. I've just invented a category. Nick Mancuso is an underrated actor as well. And another actor that I really like that's in this film is a guy called Max Gale. who's listed there. He's a jobbing character actor, still alive. 136 credits on IMDb. Most people will know him as Mike, the character of Mike Corbin in General Hospital. He did 130 episodes of that, but he's been in a lot of other movies and TV shows, and he's always good. Yeah.
Okay. Well, Moonbeam is here. Hi, Moonbeam. How are you today? Says, oh, Lance is using Starman for his channel icon, a classic underrated film of 1984. Yes. Lance is on brand. This is wild. And say that again.
I am on brand.
Yeah, you are on brand. And Sempra says, Retro, did you get your Valentine's Day card? I sent it Tuesday. I did not get anything yet. I did have someone pick up my my things from the post office, so I will get to open it. Suppose tomorrow. So I will see what I got. Thank you so much for sending me. Now I know it's there's a Valentine's card in there. Yay!
I mean, she hasn't got any apart from the huge one that I sent her, which was like 9 feet.
Well, no, I got that. Remember, I have a permanent lint now because
yeah, that's right. Partially fell on top of her. She's partially paralyzed.
Yes, and yes, and Sunrise says, "I'll send you something." LOL. So let's see, and let's see. Moonbeam says, "I learned about cats 40 years ago. I remember as if it was yesterday. 8 sitting on my living room floor, and an ad for Cats came on. Oh yeah, the wonderful
musical.
Musical, yeah, the Broadway musical Cats. I love that show, and there was a recording of it. I don't know who did it, but there was a recording of that show, and it's so wonderful. I play it on occasion, and it makes me cry every time. And you guys are so adorable. Okay. All right. So the next one is Toxic Avenger. It was gonna come up eventually. There's some more in here that some surprises, but it's rated R action comedy horror Traumaville has a monstrous new hero. The Toxic Avenger is born when meek mop boy Melvin falls into a vat of toxic waste. Now evildoers will have to have a lot to lose. It's directed by Michael Hurst and Lloyd Kaufman. It stars Andre Miranda and Mitch Cohen and Jennifer Baptiste and Cindy Mannion. There we go.
Right. Well, lots to tell you about this.
Okay.
So there are 4 films in the franchise. There's also been a remake shot last year starring Kevin Bacon.
Interesting.
Yeah. This is made by Lloyd Kaufman, I think, owns Trauma Production.
Trauma? Yep.
Trauma Film. And it's the same company, if I remember rightly, that made like a movie called Surf Nazis Must Die. Which,
they made a lot of really cool movies that were...
What a title for a film. Surf Nazis Must Die. They're not surfing, they've got to die. I mean, it's all in the title with their stuff. The Toxic Avenger. It's about a Toxic Avenger. Pure B movie nonsense, kind of splatter comedy horror, very much along the same kind of tone as House, which came out a year later.
There are a couple of graphic scenes in this, and maybe, but also there are a lot of comedic moments in this as well, like that are schlocky. It plays into the schlock very heavily.
The remake actually stars Peter Dinklage in the title role, by the way.
Oh, interesting.
Elijah Wood is in it as well. So I can't wait to see that because I'm kind of curious because that's quite the cast. But yeah, I mean it's it's one of those nonsense B movies that's quite fun.
Yeah, it's a lot of fun. It's just there may be a few, if you're like really super sensitive, there may be a few scenes that they take a little bit too far, but on the most part, it's hilarious and silly and also ridiculous. And so there's a charm to that. There's like a really cool charm to it, and I do love it. And the spirit in which it was made too.
Yeah, it's trauma films. Trauma Entertainment is the company. Now that would be the boss of that company would be a good person to interview, which is Lloyd Kaufman.
Yes.
And he is still alive, 78.
Oh, very much.
Yeah,
And he's very he would be awesome on your channel.
Yeah, he would.
You need to have him on there for like 5 hours because he's just. Oh, and guys, just in case you didn't know, Lance just recently did a wonderful show on his channel where Gail Ann Hurd actually made an appearance. Yeah, she made an appearance, and she was on there for a good piece of it, and she had a lot to say. It was wonderful. I was like, wow.
Did you notice how nervous I got when she came on? Because I really was nervous.
I would be too. I was
like my mind went blank like 3 times, and I think about 3 times we had awkward seconds of silence. I was like, shit, if I don't ask a question, she's going to say, right, well, I'm off. And
she was really sweet too.
No,
she offered up so much information without like, you didn't have to like dig hard for anything. She was just great. So guys, go over to Lance's channel and check that out. It was really informative about the business. And
that's on the interview with Ron Underwood, who directed Tremors. So.
Yes. So if you're a fan of Tremors, that is also a good one to take a look at. And he's wonderful. What a sweetheart. He's very nice man. So I learned a lot watching that show. But yeah, if you could get Lloyd, my goodness, he's a wealth of information. Anytime I've seen an interview with him, he's super like he'll just tell you everything. He does no secrets, and he gave so many people their start in the business. There's so many incredible people that got started with him, and yeah, there's a couple of films from the trauma that I actually really enjoy watching on a regular basis that are also schlocky films too. One of my favorites is Death by Temptations. Really hilarious. Have you seen that movie?
I mean, I'd need to see the poster, but the title doesn't ring
Yeah,
a bell.
Death by
could have been released under a different title, of course, in
not this one. It's DEF by Temptation. And then there was also one that I really like, but it has 2 different titles because it was shot overseas. The new Barbarians.
Oh, the new. Are you talking about the Mad Max ripoff?
Oh well, there's a whole bunch of them, but this one is special.
Hang on, well, I mean, I think you're talking about the new Barbarians, the Italian movie, right?
Yes. Mm-hmm.
I've got it right here. Hold on.
Yeah, it was released under Troma Films. It has the beginning of it is like it has the Troma beginning, which is really cool.
Yeah, I think you mean. I think you mean this film.
Hold on. Yeah, that's the film, the new Barbarians.
So
great film.
I don't think this was made under Troma, but they may have distributed it.
Yeah. If you watch it, it'll have the beginning.
This is part of what's considered to be the Bronx Warriors trilogy. So I've got like the metal.
Yeah.
This is the only time I've bought a metal case
That's nice, though. Come on, that is
But
really nice.
I really wanted to own these films because these were the films that people remember this, right? You go to the video store
Mm-hmm.
and you see this movie that you haven't heard of, and it's got this really cool cover, action, guns, bikes, dude with big hair, big
Mm-hmm.
requirement in the 80s. And you're thinking, this is going to be good. And
And you get it.
it's not good. It's pretty bad, but it's so bad that it's good fun.
Yeah,
That's
yeah.
what
It's
these
good
films are.
fun. It's good fun. And the other bit about it is that usually there is a good they all seem to have like a strong story plot within, but it's just like the production and the acting and the schlock surrounding it, but it all of it usually typically have good story plots. And this one, guys, you guys remember this one? It's A Christmas Carol. uh
I loved this
this is a
version.
great one. Yes, PG rated drama family fantasy. A bitter old miser who rationalizes his uncaring nature learns real compassion when three spirits visit him on Christmas Eve. It's directed by Clive Donner, stars George C. Scott, Frank Finlay, Angela Pleasant, and Edward Woodard.
Edward Woodward.
Oh, sorry,
Um,
Woodward. What I
that's
said,
how you say
Woodard?
that.
Woodward.
No,
Yes,
it's
Edward.
pronounced Woodward.
No, I didn't see the W. Sorry, Edward Woodward.
Um,
And yes, so a very endearing story. I love all of the Christmas carols, as you guys probably remember from Christmas time. Me talking about
yeah.
this is just really wonderful. He's
Was
got
it,
a
was it you that I did a mega stream with about all the different Christmas Carol movies? Was I on that with you?
I don't I did we did talk about a lot of them, but I'm not sure if it was like every single one.
I did a massive Christmas Carol marathon with my ex-partner the last Christmas we spent together, which may have been not the best way to go, but we did like 12 versions of this movie over 2 days. This story, and
Mm,
the Muppet one is the definitive version of the classic, of course. But this is a good version. It's got a really good cast, and they do a great job.
it's one of the best, yeah, in my
Yeah,
opinion.
I think it's in the
I
top
I do like the Muppet ones, but it's close. It's all the way up there, but it's not my favorite one.
The Muppet one. The Muppet one is the definitive version of this story. I'm sorry, I won't accept any other
What?
explanation. It is. It's the definitive. Everyone, Dickens himself has vouched for it.
That I know is not true.
It is true. He came in a time machine and said, "Lance, I'm just coming to tell you now."
Just
Uh,
you.
it's very important because he knows I'm a real person. Said, "I'm coming to tell you now. You must say on Retro Stream that the Muppet Christmas Carol is exactly how I envisaged the story."
Okay.
Yeah. I said that you missed out the description about the pig and frog romance in the book. You see, he didn't have time to put that in, but it was in his head. So,
Okay. Yeah. And oh, I just want to say hi to the Nostalgic Pod Blast. How are you? It says Happy Friday, everyone. And let's see. Um he also says enjoyed St. Patrick Stewart as Ebenezer Scrooge in the TNT cable movie. Yes, that was great. He did a stage version of this.
yeah, a one-man
where-
show. A one-man show.
yeah, where he played all the characters. It was wonderful. I was like, he's just super talented, and that was his baby. And I love that version, the filmed version for Patrick Stewart. I think that was like 2009, if I'm not mistaken. It was one of the more like grounded versions of it. Like they tried to make everything look and feel very realistic
Yeah,
as far as the like living situation for everybody. They felt and looked very realistic.
yeah. I feel it was on par with the Muppet version for realism. I agree.
And the Nostalgic Podcast Pod Blast says, ever see the episode of $6 Million Man with Ray Walston, my favorite Martian, modern day Scrooge, 1976? It said it was 1999 or so.
Do you know what? I do remember that episode. I just remember an episode with the $6 Million Man and some kind of Scrooge-esque story, kind of a rip-off of Christmas Carol. Can't remember a thing about it other than I know I did see that. I've actually thought recently, do you know what? I want to go back and I want to watch the entire $6 Million Man series. That's quite a big commitment.
Me too. Yes, I actually have. Well, yeah, that's actually on my list. There's a whole bunch of TV shows.
Maybe we could arrange a weekly. I mean, not necessarily to stream it, but we could do a weekly slot where you and I meet up together and watch a couple of episodes together online. That would be quite good fun, wouldn't it?
Yeah, it would be. I mean, I'm actually doing that with Gargoyles right now, with a young lady.
Yeah, I've seen her on your channel.
Mama Bear Art Doll.
I think so.
We're doing.
Maybe you were on her channel. I forget which way around it was.
I'll be doing it every Tuesday. So once that's done, I'll start on something new or different. I don't know how to get it all going, but we'll see what happens. We'll play it by ear. And let's see. I didn't catch everything. Moonbeam says I like a little shock every now and then. I own the 1984 George C. Scott version of The Christmas Carol on DVD. Did Retro mention Joanne Watley in Christmas Carol 1984? She plays her sister, his sister's fan. And Stunt Rat says, I saw the show with my friend Patrick Stunt Double. Oh, cool. That show. And Nostalgic Pod Blast says the episode was titled A Bionic Christmas Carol.
Yeah, I remember it. That's right.
And Scrooge 1980 was the film. I don't know if that's the one that you were talking about. Were you talking about Scrooge 1988?
No, I wasn't. And Charles Dickens told me personally he hated that version.
Well, I mean, I like Charles Dickens, but he doesn't get to tell me what I'm supposed to like, and I loved it. I love that movie. And let's see. Universal is very picky about copyright when it comes to $6 Million Man.
Yeah, I meant watching it private, not stream the episodes. So I was trying to be clear about that.
Yes. Okay. So, well, I'm gonna stop reading for a little bit and get back to the list because we got a lot more to go. And I don't want to not include some of these. We've got Johnny Dangerously, PG-13 comedy crime set in 1930s. An honest, good-hearted man is forced to turn to a life of crime to finance his neurotic mother's skyrocketing medical bills. It's directed by Amy Heckerling. It stars Michael Keaton, Joe Piscopo, Mary Lou Henner, and Maureen Stapleton. And there's no I love this movie so much. This is really a lot of fun. It's just chuckles, lots of yucks everywhere. Everyone is hilarious. Mary Lou Henner surprised me. I didn't know that she could, sing and dance. I had no clue that she was also, I guess, in the setting that she's in, she really looks gorgeous. Joe Piscopo is amazing. Michael Keaton is hilarious. Everybody is hilarious. A lot of quotable things are in this movie. What are your thoughts on Johnny Dangerously?
I saw it at the cinema twice because I liked it so much. Went back to see it again.
Ooh.
Really love it. For anybody who's seen the Airplane movies, I think there's a connection. I think one of the producers of the Airplane films had something to do with this. And this is not a comedy in the vein of City Heat with Burt Reynolds and Clint Eastwood, which also came out this year. This is a 1920s gangster version of an Aeroplane film. So you've got a lot of that sort of quirky, physical comedy. There's a lot of nods to Laurel and Hardy and that kind of stuff. Great cast.
Yeah.
It's a lot of fun.
And I would say it's slightly more sophisticated than even Airplane, even though like not that Airplane is not like I'm comparing the two there. I think I would separate them in the fact that Johnny Dangerously actually is a little bit more of a narrative that like has a little bit more sophistication to it, but tons of slapstick and it's really good. Like if you took out all the funny stuff from this story, you still have the bones of like a really good crime drama. So you know what I mean? Like
I
if
mean,
you took out all of the funny stuff and you made this like a straight drama, it would still be
yeah,
like a solid movie. So um
I don't think it would be as much fun, but
no.
I mean, there's a great opening shot in the film where you've got
Oh,
this gangster type street, and you've got these big titles on the screen, and it says 1935, and one car goes past the title, the second car goes through them and smashes the titles because it's a prop on the set.
yeah, just
That,
wonderful.
that sets the tone for the comedy of the film. It's fun. Yeah, it's good. I liked it. I
Yeah.
really.
Yeah, that kind of stuff is uh like I don't know that it takes one kind of imagination to do something like that, and it's outside of the box and unexpected. It's great. It's great stuff. Um Okay, well, this movie exists. I won't say the title of the name, but you can read it. Two scientists are placed into a 3-year hibernation. When they wake up, it turns out it's been 50 years, and they are the only two males in a new underground society composed exclusively of women.
Mm-hmm.
And this is an adventure comedy sci-fi. The director is Juliet C. McCluskey. Mikulski stars Wisla. Oh wow! I better not. These are names. I don't know if I can say them without getting into trouble.
Features several actors from Eastern Europe. Is the
Yes. And so, have you seen this?
believe it or not, I have. So
What?
um, this film, and I don't recognise
Oh,
it. I don't recognise it by the title, but as soon as I started, you're reading the description out. I was thinking, oh yeah, this is this movie. Retro. I'm going to tell you now. You will love this film.
oh my goodness.
It's got it's a bit of an undiscovered gem. I mean, it's totally misleading the title and everything because it makes it sound like a far more sleazy film than it is. It's actually a very quirky science fiction comedy, very much in the realm of Woody Allen's movie The Sleeper. It's that kind of comedy sci-fi,
Oh wow.
and it is about these two scientists that wake up from this long sleep. They find that Earth has been devastated by a nuclear war. There's now an underground society that's led by these women hierarchy with lots of commando teams in cool combat gear that kind of abseil around the cities on sort of handheld sort of sky jump things, and they're like abseiling about all over the place. It's a really quirky, strange film, but it's so unique. And I just remembered it was one of these films. I think like Channel 4 always kind of showed alternative foreign movies, and I just happened to catch it on telly. And like I was going to art college at the time because I saw it way after it was released, and everybody at art college was like, "Did you see that weird film last night? On Channel 4?" Yeah. And it's got the ending in it is really the ending's really weird. There's also a really clever twist in it, and I'll never forget the image. I'm not going to say it now, but the image where it freezes on an image and then the titles scroll up at the end, and I'm like, God, what an image to freeze on! but
Mm,
it's a lot of fun. It's not graphic at all. Um,
okay.
so it's I wouldn't say that it's not for children, but it's not an adult movie either. Really,
Okay.
it's very ridiculous. It's a lot of fun.
Yeah, I mean, because I don't see a rating here, so that was also another thing. So I can't wait to try and see this if I can get my hands on a copy of it.
I think it was on YouTube at one point because I watched it. I always remembered it, and it took me ages to track it down. I had to type into Google two Polish scientists wake up after a nuclear war or something to describe it, and yeah. But anyway, it's fun. Rzeźmiszka is the Polish name of the movie.
Now, this one is the Ewok Adventure, which is a TV movie. Um, it is rated G, adventure family fantasy. Wicket the Ewok and his friends agree to help two shipwrecked human children, Mace and Sindel, on a quest to find their parents. It's directed by John Corty. It stars Eric Walker, Warwick Davis, Fionnuala Flanagan, Guy Boyd. Did you see this?
So this is one of the two Ewok movies that were made. The other one was called Caravan of Courage.
Okay.
I can't remember which one came out first. I do remember that I was quite adamant that I wasn't going to watch either of them. They had absolutely terrible reviews, and the one thing I didn't particularly like in Return of the Jedi, although I don't mind them now, was the Ewoks. They were just
Mhm.
seemed very kiddie and pandering to children and pandering to toy sales, and I found them quite annoying. So everyone that I knew that went to see this movie at the cinema said it was rubbish. Same
Oh.
with Caravan of Courage. So I was just constantly like put off going to see it. I seem to recall that I saw some clips of one of these once, but it wasn't enough to make me sit down and give them a second chance. Be interesting to know if anybody in chat thinks they're worth getting the two movies together and maybe doing a double watch at some point. But I don't think I'm going to revisit it.
Yeah, no one said anything about it yet. Yeah.
That's a really long pause. Yeah.
Yeah,
So
no, I'm looking and I'm like, oh, I missed this one from Stunt. She says, "My stunt mentor had an acting part in Johnny Dangerously, a flower pot on his head, LOL." Oh, cool. And, also, Ewok Adventure was great. My friend Mike Cassidy stunt coordinated it. So fun. Oh, really?
was it great to stunt coordinate, or was it a great film? It's But yeah, well, I mean, don't forget these films were aimed at kids. They were not for the older Star Wars crowd because we were all a lot older now.
Well, I would give it, I would give it a chance to see it at least once so I could know, they're pretty well-known movies.
The funny
You know
thing
what I
is,
mean?
yeah, the funny thing is, every time these come up in conversation, it's always like we look at each other and like, "Have you seen it? No, have you? No. Why don't you watch it? Well,
Well,
why don't you watch it?" And
yeah.
uh,
We
that
all know that they exist, we just don't I've never seen it 'cause, um, I don't know, I guess maybe the Ewoks, it's just, I don't have a bad feeling about the Ewoks, I just, they're just not interesting to me, but, if there's a story, you know, I'll try. I think I'll watch it at least one time in my lifetime because it is a popular title, and just to say, okay, well, we did see that, and if it's good, it's good. If it's not, then
Yeah, so
and
sorry. This is the first film because the full title of this is Caravan of Courage: An Ewok Adventure.
okay.
That title is incorrect. It's also incorrect to call it a TV movie because it definitely got a cinema release. I know it was on
Oh
at the
wow.
It was
Okay.
on in the cinema in the UK. It was definitely on in the cinema in the States. And the sequel was Battle for Endor, yeah, a year later.
And then Moonbeam says, "Oh, the Ewok adventure narrated by Burl Ives, sorry. There was also Battle for Endor, like the Ewok films. Yeah, yeah. That I think that's the problem. It was really aimed for kids, and I think at that point in time, I wasn't interested in it because I had grown out of um I kinda had grown out of it. I wasn't sure if it was for me. But oh, look. Stun Brat says, "I've seen it many times with my brats. Loved it every time." Look!
Okay. All
All
right.
right. Well, we gotta give it a shot and see. Thank you so much, Stun Brat, 'cause
Retro, I look forward to hearing your thoughts on it, and
shut up.
let me know if you feel I should watch it, and then I'll consider it.
You're too much. Oh, man. Okay, Trancers. Here's one you would know about.
Well, I
Tran
interviewed the star of it on my channel.
well, okay. Trancers, PG-13, action, sci-fi. I can't wait to see this, actually. I really wanna see this, like, yesterday.
You'll
A
love it.
gruff bounty hunter travels back in time to the 1980s Los Angeles to stop a twisted criminal who can transform people into zombie-like creatures. It's directed by Charles Band, stars Tim Thomerson, uh, uh, Helen Hunt,
Yeah, and her
Michael
first acting role before she got really big, you know.
Michael Stefani, and Art LaFleur.
So, this is a sort of Charles Band's answer to Blade Runner. There's something about this film that's really endearing. Its aspirations are far more demanding on it than its budget is able to fully materialize. But
Mhm,
I love Tim Thomerson. I think I can now say that he's a friend of mine.
mhm,
We proper bonded on the interview. I've been in touch with him several times since. He wants to come back. He's trying to get me Charles Band to come on my channel for an interview. So, and apparently Charles Band has said he's up for it, but he's just very difficult to pin down on the account of the huge number of people that he owes money to. So, but you know, hopefully we'll get him on. Somebody watching this now who is young is probably not going to like this film. Generation Z or millennials this film probably won't be for them because you know there's been so many big budget cool time travel films, but at the time that it came out it was just this really sort of kitsch kind of cool, very over the top cheesy dry hairs for squids, you know. Tim Thomerson he's just a great actor. He's got great presence. He's great fun in any role he's in.
mhm,
And I was already following his career when this came out. So I think I don't think I saw this until about 86 because it didn't get a cinema release in the UK and it went straight to video. So it probably came out on video around 80 towards the end of 85. And I probably saw it either 85 or 86, but I feel like I saw this in 86 because I know
okay,
that the first thing I saw Tim Thomerson in was the Metal Storm, the Destruction of Jared Sin,
mhm,
which is also a Charles Band film.
okay. I'll be watching that one as soon as I get a copy. And Moonbeam says, "I love Trancers." And Keithy says, "The fun thing is Retro can read any movie description and make it sound fun." Aw, thank you, Keithy. You're the best. You're so awesome. And let's keep going. Love Streams. Have you heard of this one? It's a PG-13 drama. Two closely bound, emotionally wounded souls reunite after years apart. Director John Cassavetes, stars Gina Rowlands, John Cassavetes, Diane Abbott, and Seymour Castle.
This is another Golan Globus movie, and this is
Mm-hmm.
another one of their you know, sort of
Attempts. Yeah.
attempts at kind of, yeah, you know, whatnot. John Cassavetes was quite ill at the time
Mm.
that they were making this, and I think I think it was his last film. It was certainly the last one he directed.
Oh, is it the last one?
Well, he died in '89, so he died 5 years later.
Mm.
And you know, I mean, he had a collection of 40 unproduced screenplays that he'd written.
Wow.
So can you imagine? I mean, that's almost as many unproduced screenplays as I've written. So yeah, I haven't seen this. I am aware of it. I think I think at the time it came out, and for me, it just looked too serious and a bit too grim,
Mhm.
and it disappeared from view pretty quickly.
Okay.
You know, this is the first time I'm remembering it, so I remember this one.
All right. Well, we've got Savage Streets, rated R, action crime drama. A teenage vigilante seeks revenge on a group of violent thugs who raped her, as a handicapped sister and killed her best friend. Oh my God, we said the R word.
Hang on, the D word's not allowed, but you can say that. What's up with that?
No, I made it. That was an error. That was an error.
Okay.
It will be edited out.
Oh, blimey.
Yes. So, yes, no R words, no D words.
Right.
Directors Danny Steinman, Tom Simone, D. Simone, and it stars Linda Blair.
Yeah. I mean,
Wow. And John Vernon is in it, and Robert Dreyer and Johnny Vinegar.
I mean, you know, Linda Blair would be another great person I would love to interview because, you know, she did The Exorcist,
Mm-hmm.
and you know, I think she was a kid that grew up like way too quickly, and quickly ended up in sort of B movie territory, and she
Mm-hmm.
did a number of films where you know, she was kind of like the bad girl that went to an all women prison,
Yes.
and they were kind of like quite salacious, cheesy looking films, and a little bit horrible, if I'm honest. I don't, you know, some of them were just a bit horrible.
Mm-hmm.
This kind of falls into that pond.
Yeah.
You know, it's
I
kind of
think
it's a low rent death wish with a woman in the lead.
Yeah, there's a couple of them that she did and like this. And but there was also like I think she was trying to find her footing as an actress, like
Sure.
and also being typecast in like i- in movies. Like I think she just got caught up in being typecast. That was the best way I could say it. There's one movie that I saw her in that I absolutely loved, which was Summer of Fear. I love that movie so very much, and I didn't mind.
Is that the one set during a blackout?
No, no, no.
No.
It's she plays a teenager in this one, where a cousin comes to her house for the summer, and she ends up like her cousin ends up taking over her entire life, but it turns out this person is a witch, and she's like super super powerful, and just it's wild. It's a wild ride. um and I love that movie so much. It's one of those movies you see in late night TV, and you're just sort of like, what is this movie?
Yeah, I mean, I have seen this film, and I remember it was, you know, again, it was kind of forgettable B movie, um, rubbish, really. It just wasn't very good. It's all right.
Now, this movie is The Burning Bed. It's not rated because it was a TV movie, um, biography, crime drama. An
Yeah.
abused, battered wife hasn't had enough of her husband beating up on her. Everywhere she turns for help, there's not much anyone will do. Um, she she sets the bed on fire. I won't say the rest.
I'm
And
getting
so
ready to
that's why
sing
it's
to
called
you.
Burning Bed. And so it's directed by Robert Greenwald and stars Farrah Fawcett, Paul DeMatt, Richard Messer, and Grace Zabriskie. And I did see this. There's a couple of movies that she did kind of like this, where she was playing, or Farrah Fawcett was playing sort of a woman trapped in a situation. And this one was one that people were like, wow, Farrah could actually act.
Yeah, oh no, Farrah Fawcett is a good actress. I mean, she did that. She did that movie Extremities,
Yeah, that was so good.
where she
So
played a
good.
pretty similar character. That was based
Yeah,
on a very famous play,
yeah. Yeah, that
and
was so good.
you know,
But this, I think this is the one where people were like, "Oh, wait a minute. She's actually capable of a lot more," and she really went in it for into it for this one. And also, because I'm actually, we were gonna do the watch party for Saturn 3 tomorrow, but I'm just not feeling well enough for it, so I'm gonna put it off till
you
next Saturday.
you're doing Saturn 3 tomorrow.
Yeah, yeah, so I'm gonna do it next week. And so, Saturn 3 in that one, you can see a bit of her acting in that one. It's not as powerful as what she, like, just a few years later accomplishes with this, and when Saturn 3 was 1980. And then just before that, she was in Logan's Run, um, which
Yeah,
didn't really give her much to do except for to cry
no,
in
because
that one.
she sort of played second fiddle in that, if I remember rightly.
Yeah, yeah. So I was just really remember being so surprised how well of an actor she was in this, and it was really a subject matter in which wasn't really getting a lot of attention until this movie kind of was like, oh, this is something that's happening um, all over, the place. And Keith E says, I saw the burning bed with my brother's first wife used to threaten him with it. Oh no. And William says that might actually be a problem. Yes, it might be. On so many different levels. And Keith E says, except for the fact that they were both ministers, which made it funnier. Wow. That's wild.
Yeah, this,
Um,
this film was praised as like groundbreaking, landmark,
yes.
one of the
Yes.
best television movies to date, and it's still in the top 10 TV movies of all time. So,
Yeah, I
uh,
mean, you can tell by how high it's rated. It's like it's
yeah,
7.2. Like let's be honest, like IMDb is like it takes a lot for people to give a movie credit for anything. So for it to be 7.2 has got to be really outstanding, especially a TV movie. So yeah, it was one of those event movies too. It was like everybody got together and watched this thing. Um, and well, I think it was just well done. We can move on. The Dungeon Master, PG-13. I don't know why I'm laughing. Fantasy, horror, sci-fi. A
uh,
demonic wizard challenges a modern-day computer programmer to a battle of technology versus sorcery, with the programmer's girlfriend as the prize. Wow, wow, wow. It's the directors are David Allen, Charles Brand, John Carl Buchlier, Michael Karp, Peter Manugan, Ted Nicolau, Steve Stafford, and Rosemary Turco. I wonder, are these like little? Why so many?
well, okay, so I can tell you the
Why
whole
so many
story.
directors? Oh, okay. Well, let me just say who the stars are first.
Go,
It
go.
stars Jeffrey Byron, Richard Mall, cool, 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 Leslie Wing, and Gina Calabrese. Now to you, Lance.
Well, this movie is was originally released under the title Dungeon Master. It flopped. And then they re-released it and repackaged it, and I think re-edited it because there's different versions of it.
Ooh.
And it was called Rage War: The Challenges of Excalibrate. And if you, oh, right. I mean, look, if you watch the trailer
Oh man.
for Rage War: The Challenges of Excalibrate, it's the most over the top trailer you've ever seen. Basically, Richard Mole, the late great Richard Mole, who played the sorcerer in Sword the Sorcerer. He did a number of Charles Band films, including Metal Storm. Basically, is this he steals the girlfriend of Jeffrey Byron's character, who again was also in Metal Storm. And this is a bit like it's kind of there's a big nod in this film to the Sinbad movies.
Oh.
You know, the basic plot is bad guy has stolen girlfriend, princess,
Mhm.
and hero / Jack the Giant Killer has got to negotiate various tasks and villains to get to them. And I think the concept, there were several people working for the band studio at the time, and he was kind of building his empire, probably
Okay.
why it named Empire Pictures. And he got all the wannabe directors together and said, each of you are going to direct a segment of this film. You'll each direct one of the challenges of Excalibrate. And like the band Wasp are in the film. They make an appearance playing
Cool.
themselves, and he has to kind of defeat the lead singer of the band Wasp. Kind of whacks him out with a guitar. And that sequence makes no sense whatsoever. You'll see the cars, the cool Mad Max cars from the Metal Storm movie are in this film. There's quite a cool sequence with that you'll really love, with a sort of animated giant creature, which is straight out of that sci-fi movie that you love with Christopher Plummer in it. You know,
yeah.
Star Crash. I've actually got I've got a still of that creature here. So one sequence is basically entirely stop motion. You know, and he has to kind of defeat that statue which comes to life. It's straight out of Ray Harryhausen. And then there's like a sequence with monsters, and eventually he has to defeat the bad guy wizard, and each time he completes a task, there's Richard Mole. See, it's called Rage War at the bottom there, but it's known as Dungeon Master. He's playing the Dungeon Master, basically. There's a scene with these two dragons fighting.
Sweet.
And there's Wasp. I mean, it's all very kitsch and sort of over the top, but it's also, I don't know, there's something about this film that's really cool.
Okay, I'm in.
Obligatory scene of woman in water. You know, it is the 80s.
I'm in. Okay, so when was Rage War released? Was it released in 1984?
No, it was released in 84, but we didn't get it in the UK again because it was a straight to video in the UK. We got it in like 85, 86. So it was another video rental for me.
Okay.
You know, I mean, it's only a 6 out of 10, but it's a fun 6 out of 10, if you know what I mean.
Okay, I just had to write that down. Okay, so hold on a second. It looks like Stunt Brat is on her way to do something fun, probably. So it's got to run, beloved film fam. Much love. See you tomorrow. Hugs. Oh well, we won't be meeting tomorrow, but we'll meet next week. I hope you'll be okay with that. So I will see you next week at some point. Take care and have a great day. And thanks for hanging out with us today. It's always so much fun. Let's see. And Moonbeam says, yeah, that's an awesome film. We got a thumbs up from Moonbeam. Okay. Let's see if we can get this back in here. Well, I mean, we could go on further, or because we got about 30 more titles left.
Let's do a few more. Let's try and race through them. I'll be brief.
Okay, we'll try to race through them all and at least get it done and see how that works. All right, this is on my list to watch for sure. We're gonna do a speed run, guys. Mutant, a rated R, horror science sci-fi thriller. Two brothers discover that the residents of a small southern town are being infected by a form of toxic waste, turning them into blood-ravenous zombies. What?
Yeah, now I never saw this all the way through, and there's a Mutant 2 as well, and I'd actually quite like to do a Mutant 2 watch. I
Wow.
suspect this film could be fun.
Yeah,
Nothing else.
it sounds
Nothing else.
interesting.
I mean,
Yeah.
it's going to be a B movie 5 or 6 out of 10, but it might be fun.
Okay, directed by John Bud Cardos and Mark Rossman. It stars Wings Hauser. Yes.
Wings
Bo-
Hauser, what more do you need to know? It's Wings Hauser.
yeah, Wings Hauser.
Brilliant.
And Bo Hopkins, Jodie Medford, and Lee Montgomery. Ooh, sounds interesting. And then we've got Harry and Son, PG drama. Harry Keech has been widowed for 2 years and works as a demolition crane operator on a demolition crew. Directed by Paul Newman, stars Paul Newman, Bobby Benson, Ellen Barkin, and Wilford Brimley. Wow. Have you seen this one?
I have. It's another film that was kind of packaged to be an Oscar contender. It's got a great cast. It's just not a great film. And everybody was saying that Robbie Benson was going to be, I mean, he was the actor that could have, I guess, could have had Tom Cruise's spot.
Yeah.
He's slightly younger. He was slightly older than Cruise because he started in the business earlier.
Mm-hmm.
But he did a couple of what were considered to be really sort of quite heavy, big acting roles quite early in his career.
Mm-hmm.
Lovely, beautiful, romantic film about ice skating called Ice Castles, which I always really liked.
Yeah, I remember that movie.
But then his career just sort of seemed to dive. I'm not quite sure what happened. I don't know if he was difficult to work with, or maybe there was some personal tragedy in his life. Perhaps he pulled back. I think he had a heart murmur at one point, and I think he had an operation in '84. He had open heart valve surgery, and I think he had to slow down. So that would probably have been right after this movie.
But he did end up being the voice of the Beast, right?
Oh yeah, that's right. Forgot about
that. So yeah, you might need to have him on your channel.
Listen, man, all of these people we've mentioned are welcome anytime.
And then this is one of my favorites, Sword of the Valiant, PG rated action adventure fantasy. The Green Knight challenges King Arthur's knights, but only young Gawain accepts and does something to him. The knight takes him, gives Gawain 1 year to learn about virtues, knighthood, and then face the challenge himself. What a movie. And it's also, let's see, directed by Stephen Weeks, stars Miles O'Keefe, Cyril Clare, Lee Lawson, and Sean Connery. And Sean Connery is just so delightful in this and fun. And yeah, I do love it. What about you?
Well, you're going to hate me, but
no.
Of all the films that came out this year, this is the only fantasy film of '84 that I did not watch on its release.
Oh, really?
Yeah, I saw. This is another Golan Globus movie.
Yes,
and it was sort of their attempt at Krull,
yeah,
that kind of thing. I saw bits of it later. I feel it's a film I should go back and rewatch and sit down on because I feel like it could be fun. Is that fair?
It's fun. Yeah, it is fun. If you watch it with this in the spirit of which Sean Connery is playing the part, he gives you the cues of exactly what kind of movie this is.
And the funny thing is, right, director Stephen Weeks, his number one choice to play the lead was Mark Hamill from Star Wars. And Mark Hamill was up for it because I think Weeks and Hamill had a friendship. But Golan and Globus insisted on Miles O'Keefe, who, let's be honest, he's not the best actor on the planet.
I don't know what you're talking about. La 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 la.
You're right. He's Tarzan. He's Tarzan. Good Tarzan.
No. Miles O'Keefe is amazing.
Right. He's an Oscar winner in retros eyes.
Yes, and plus more, you want him on your show.
Well, I mean, yeah, okay, maybe. Not going to lose my subjectivity. Sorry.
Yes, you want him on your show because he's got probably a lot of tales to tell about the industry. At least fascinating stuff about his career. Let's see. Oh, there's some more. I'm missing some more. Let's see. So,
Done that one.
and yes, Brett is heading out. Great to see you. And Taylor Swift, greater than Star Wars, Disney, and MCU is back. And thank you. We got the waving hand there. And DJ Play Nice is also here. So it's got to roll out, Nerd Girl. Thanks for hosting. Oh, my pleasure. My pleasure. I hope you can catch the rest some other time. But I hope you are having a great weekend. And it says, y'all be safe, have fun, take care of your crew. Rock. Awesome.
So long, farewell. Anyway.
And Yuri Yatsura too, Beautiful Dreamer. I have not seen any of these.
I've never even heard of this. I don't know if it's Ghibli or not, but I've never heard of it, so I can't offer any comment.
Yes, animation adventure comedy. The night before the school festival, things seem to be repeating themselves gradually. All the world functions come to a stop. The only ones that are not affected are a select group of students, of student friends. And the director is Mori Oshii. So, well, that's got to go on the list. Got to see that one. Got to see all those movies. And then we've got Blind Date, R-rated movie. A man goes blind when remembering his lost girlfriend, but the doctors can't find anything wrong with his eyes. They fit him with an experimental device which allows him to see. And so that's really spooky and kind of interesting. It's directed by Nico Mastorakis, and it stars Joseph Bottoms, Christy Alley, James Doughton, and Lana Clarkson. Interesting. Have you ever seen this?
I have, yeah. Well, it's all right. Listen, I'm a huge Kirstie Alley fan.
Oh yeah, she's great.
I had a massive crush on her in Wrath of Khan. I actually got to meet her when I lived out in LA for a little bit, and she was really lovely and didn't need to be. And so I mean, you know, anything with Kirstie Alley, and back at this time I watched it. I was also I quite like Joseph Bottoms. I think he's a very underrated actor. I just sort of remember that this was very quirky. It was a little bit odd, but it had some kind of cool original ideas that didn't quite gel. But you know, one for niche sci-fi fans who might want to check it out. Can't offer much more because I watched it so long ago.
All right, you know that's on my list. Return of Godzilla, 1984. Horror sci-fi thriller. The Japanese government suppresses the horrifying news of Godzilla's resurrection as a political tension increases between the United States and Soviet Union, both of whom are willing to bomb Japan in order to stop the monster. The directors. Oh, there's a lot of directors. Ooh. I'm not going to try to read all of those. Yeah, have you ever caught a whiff of this?
I think I have seen it. Yeah, you know, these older Godzilla movies all blur into one for me. So
yeah, sometimes they do. Sometimes they do. It does have the classic Godzilla look. Blue Thunder, which I think went off to become a TV show.
Well, this is actually the screen card for the TV show, because you can see that's the TV cast lineup. James Farentino, Dana Carvey are the leads in the TV version. It's what's his name from Jaws, Roy Schneider, and forget who plays Jafu in the movie. But the Blue Thunder movie, I watched it 2 months ago. Still holds up pretty well.
This very same movie?
Well, this is what you've got is a screenshot there of the TV show.
Oh, okay. So this is not
the Blue Thunder movie was released in '84.
Yeah.
It's a pretty good film, but that's a screenshot of the TV show that was also released that year a few months later.
Okay. So do you remember who's in that Blue Thunder? Is it the same people or different
No,
people?
it's a completely different cast. It's Roy Schneider in the lead.
Okay.
And I can't remember who played the sort of second lead, but Malcolm McDowell is the villain in the movie.
Oh, okay.
It's a good film. Good film.
Okay.
7 out of 10.
Now we have She, 1984. Now I know of this movie. I have not actually seen it yet.
I
And
thought this was like one of your favorite B movies.
no, it will be because it has got a lot of stuff I think I'm gonna love. But I don't think, and I think maybe I've seen part of some of it, but I don't think I've seen the entirety of it. So yes, it's not rated. It's action, adventure, fantasy in a post-apocalyptic world. She aids two brothers quest to rescue their kidnapped sister. Along the way, they battle weird creatures before standing against the odds to defeat the evil Norks. The director is Avi Nesher. It stars Sandal Bergman, David Gross, Quinn Kessler, Harrison Muller. Any words?
I've never seen this all the way through. It was
Okay.
one of those films that kind of had such a racy cover, and on the reverse of the VHS, there was like a lot of deliberate shots of nudity.
Okay.
So, as a 13-year-old teenager, you were quite embarrassed to take it up to the video counter. When I worked at the video store, I remember quite distinctly that our store did not have a copy of that film.
Oh, really?
Because not every video store. This is pre-Blockbuster, before they took over everything.
Mhm.
Most video stores back then were like mum and pop stores. They were family businesses, or one guy would maybe own 3 or 4 branches or something. And yeah, there was a lot of films that were getting shoved straight to video. Lots and lots of content were coming, and they could only afford to buy so many new releases a week. So this one wasn't in there. One store specifically didn't stock all the crap Italian movies, which I always wanted to watch. So I had to go to another store that I didn't work at to rent those films, for example. Yeah. So I can't really offer much content on that. I would like to watch it, though.
Yeah, me too. And then we have Emmanuelle, 4. And in order to escape her former lover, Mark, Sylvia goes to Brazil, where Dr. Santamo transforms her into the beautiful Emmanuelle, and so on. This is, of course, rated R, and such movies you could find on like Showtime or HBO.
I'm just going to be upfront about this. This is a dire film with no redeeming qualities.
Okay, well, we've got Carmen, 1984, PG, drama, music, romance. In the 1820s Spain, the soldier Don Jose falls in love with the fiery and charismatic factory worker Carmen. Conflicts and grievances multiply. However, it becomes apparent their views on love and commitment are fundamentally incompatible. It's directed by Francesca Rossi and stars Julia Migenes, Placido Domingo, Ruggero Raimondi, and Faith Asham. And this is an opera, if it's not telling you, because of Placido Domingo, of course, which I have seen. I've actually seen this. How about you? Have you seen this opera?
I haven't. I mean, look, opera's not really my bag. If I was going to watch opera, I'd want to see it live, not on a TV screen. But people say that this film is very good, and
it is very good.
Pretty good ratings at the time. So, if it's your bag, if this is for you, I definitely would say track it down.
Yeah,
I think I'd probably quite like the setting and the visuals in Spain and all of that.
It's really good.
Shot in some really great locations, from what I understand.
Yeah,
You
I
know.
mean, it's if you can take yourself out, because it depends on what kind of version you have. You have subtitles. It will help a lot, and you just follow it just like you'd watch something else. I mean, the music is just another layer, I guess, but the story is there. The story of Carmen is there, and it's really good. It's a good story. Um, It's a classic story, if you will. The Lost Empire, rated R action comedy adventure, seeking revenge. Officer Angel Wolf, her Native American friend White Star, and outlaw Heather infiltrate our fortified, uh, island where an undead wizard and his evil cult force captured women to take part in gladiatorial tournaments. This is definitely setting us up for a lot of schlock here.
Yeah,
Um,
everything
and
everything's happening in this film. You know.
did you see this one?
Um, well, I have seen it. This is one of those straight to video. You know, oh, Raiders of the Lost Ark was a big success. How can we make Raiders of the Lost Ark for £200,000? You know,
Okay.
there was this one. There was two or three other movies. None of the titles I can remember, but I've seen them all.
Hmm.
It's pretty dire, and from what I remember, it wasn't particularly so bad. It's good. It was just more like it was a bit crap. Um, I mean,
Okay.
the guy who directed it was one of Roger Corman's students, but
Okay.
Roger Corman publicly said he hated the film.
And the director is Jim Wynorski and stars Melanie Vince, Raven de la Croix, Angela Ames, and Paul Kufos. And the next one is Night Patrol, rated R comedy crime. A hapless police officer is transferred to the night shift, even as he clandestinely pursues a career as a stand-up comedian. It's directed by Jackie Kong, stars Linda Blair, Pat Paulson, Jane P. Morgan, and Jack Riley. Have you seen this one?
Yeah, I have. It's a very kind of average police thriller with Linda Blair occasionally, not wearing a lot.
Oh boy. Okay, let's move on. The Naked Face, rated R, action mystery thriller. A Chicago psychoanalyst, patient, and secretary are murdered, and he becomes the police's prime suspect, despite his claims that someone is trying to frame him. It's directed by Brian Forbes. It stars Roger Moore, Rod Steiger, Elliot Gould, and Art Carney. What a cast.
Yeah, I mean, this film's not great, but I don't know what it was with the critics, but back in the day, whenever Roger Moore sort of decided, oh, maybe I'll try and do a serious film, because he kind of always joked that he was lucky. He was a good-looking guy, and he was famous for playing his talent down, and said he wasn't a very good actor. But I think he was a better actor than he thought he was. And this is one of the movies where he attempted to show some other sides to him, and he's pretty good in the film. The film isn't great, but it was really unfairly panned and died on its arse at the cinema.
Why?
Sorry, is that not? Anyway, it didn't do very well. And yeah, so
You're killing me.
I think I've got 3 ticks tonight. So yeah, listen, it's worth if you're a fan of any of those actors, I would check it out. It's not a great movie, but
It's not great. Okay.
it's not a great movie, but it's got some good things in it. It's got some good scenes.
Okay.
It's got a lot of merit, so it's not a rubbish film. If you like those actors, you'll probably get a lot out of it.
Okay. And Camilla, rated R drama romance in 1840s Buenos Aires, Argentina. A beautiful young socialite named Camilla falls in love with Lad de Salo, a Jesuit priest. After several failed attempts at fighting his own feelings, he does something. And it's directed by It's directed by Maria Luisa Bamberg, and it stars Susu Pecorado and a bunch of names I can't really. I'm gonna leave to.
Of all the Susus, she's my favorite.
Say that again.
I said of all the Susus, she's my favorite. My favorite.
Oh, okay. So she must be
What did
the
you
only
think?
one
What
you
did
know.
you think I said?
I was like, I didn't know what you said actually.
Oh, okay.
So, did you see this?
I saw it way later. Not in '84. It was a movie. I think I caught it on TV because I liked the fact that it was a period film, and I'm really interested in period films, and religious conflicts were always quite interesting. Very well acted, very well shot. What are you laughing at? But you know, it's all right. It's pretty interesting.
Mhm.
A good film, not a great film. Yeah,
Okay.
6 out of 10 for me. From
All
what I
right. Well, we're gonna try to go a little faster.
go faster.
Well, yeah, we only have a few more left. Fatal Vision. It says TV movie here, a crime drama history. A retiree spends 9 years relentlessly seeking to prove that his son-in-law and former Green Beret Army doctor murdered his pregnant wife and 2 daughters. Wow. It stars Carl Malden, Eva Marie, Ava Marie Saint,
Yeah,
Barry Newman, and Gary Cole.
yeah. It's a young Gary Cole as the murder suspect. I remember this. This is a very good movie. This was one of those
Really?
ones that came out on 2 VHS cassettes in a big box, and we rented it. It was one of the ones we rented from the store that I worked at, and we had a lot of these kind of true story crime dramas that were made, TV movies that were made in America. The really famous serial killer that you guys have, but Mark Harmon played him in a really good television, The Deliberate Stranger.
Okay.
There's a really good movie with Mark Harmon playing that serial killer called The Deliberate Stranger, and that came in 2 cassettes. And I remember that I saw this and that film around the same time, and they were both very good.
Okay. And William Blake Call says, retro, you would find Blue Thunder to be fun.
Yeah, you
Okay.
would. You'd like the Blue Thunder movie. Don't watch the TV series; it's rubbish, but the movie's good.
Okay. I will. And let me see.
By the way, that film, The Naked Face, with Roger Moore that we mentioned earlier, that's actually based on a book by Sidney Sheldon.
Oh, Sidney Sheldon.
Yeah,
Okay.
so it's an adaptation of a Sidney Sheldon novel, you know.
All right. Let's see. The next one is The Wild Beasts. Unrated horror. The water supply for a large city zoo becomes contaminated with PCP, and the animals go crazy and get loose.
Yeah,
It's directed by Franco Prosperi.
I haven't seen this. I remember looking at the back cover of it in a video store one time and going, nah.
Yeah.
And I just didn't rent it. So I can't say if it's B movie fun or B movie fodder.
Okay, we also have G.I. Joe: The Revenge of Cobra, action animation, and I don't know why I don't have this checked off because I believe I did see it, but the G.I. Joe team must face Cobra's latest plot to conquer the world using a device that can control the weather. It stars Frank Welker, Keen Holiday, Michael Bell, and Neil Ross. Did you get to see this movie?
I think I have seen it because I was a bit of a G.I. Joe guy, but
Yeah.
I can't remember a thing about it.
Yeah, I think there was another one where they were like plant creatures and stuff like that. If my memory is Alphabet City, rated R, crime drama thriller. A New York City drug dealer decides to get out of the business but has to flee from mobsters. It's directed by Amos Poe and it stars Vincent Spano.
I've seen this. Yeah.
Yes, good.
Vincent Spano played one of the leads in the movie Alive,
Okay.
which of course has been a remake of recently. Yeah, I vaguely remember that it was quite average.
Okay.
I have actually seen Wild Beasts. I've just realised.
Okay.
Yeah, I just went through the stills and I was like, yeah, I've seen this movie because they get attacked by various different types of animals that have escaped from the zoo.
Okay.
There's another TV movie called The Day That the Animals Escape from the Zoo. I mean, it's literally got that as a title, and that's a lot more fun than Wild Beasts.
Well, for this movie, Alphabet City, Jamie Gertz is in there. So fans of Jamie
Oh,
Gertz, she's in here.
Michael Winslow's from the Police Academy films, isn't he?
Yeah, Michael Winslow as well. So we've got Noah's Ark Principle, and this is intriguing to me because, of course, sci-fi.
Yeah, look who directed it.
Ronald Emmerich. See, look, and near the end of the 20th century, WNMD's weapons of mass destructions are retired. However, certain factions plan to use a science space station as a weapon against each other. The astronauts inside will decide the world's fate. It sounds like a movie that just came out, right? The ISS
I mean,
movie.
this is a German film, so this is when Roland Emmerich was making films in West Germany.
Okay.
And this was made on 1 million marks, and the film shot at Bavaria Studios in Munich. So and this movie would lead to Emmerich then establishing his own production company. So I'd be really interested to see this film because I guess
Me
this is like
too.
his first proper movie.
Also, though, you've heard of that new movie that's out, ISS?
I've seen it.
Doesn't this have like a similar premise or no?
No, not really. This is Noah's Ark in space, as opposed to. Well, yeah, I guess so. I mean, I haven't seen this movie.
But not based on the title, based on what they actually said for the.
Yeah, I mean, yeah, ISS is like 10 actors trapped in a fairly small but very realistic looking set, trying to kill each other, and I just found it a bit crap.
Well, let's move on. License to Kill, 1984 TV movie,
Wow.
drama thriller. A grieving family whose daughter was killed in a car crash with a drunken driver is outraged and frustrated as they encountered the inevitable bureaucratic delays in bringing the case to probably justice is probably the next word there. It's directed by Judd Taylor and stars James Ferrantino, Penny Fuller, Don Murray, and Millie Perkins, but we've got Denzel Washington on the
yeah,
poster.
I mean, I'm sure. Well, Denzel, that must be because we're talking 1984. So in 1984, no one had heard of Denzel Washington. So
yeah, but why is he on the cover?
Probably because he's got 2 lines in a scene somewhere, and of all the cast now, he's the biggest actor. So let's whack him on the cover.
Yeah. I see
Featuring Denzel Washington as the boy in the shop selling candy in License to Kill. No relation to the James Bond film of the same name.
Oh man, interesting. Okay, next one is The Party Animal. It's rated R comedy fantasy. A farm boy arrives at college determined to lose his V word, but has no luck with women until he discovers the secret formula to the most powerful aphrodisiac in the world and becomes the party animal. Director David Beard, stars Matthew Cossey, Timothy Cartman, Jerry Jones, and Robin Harlan.
Another star-studded cast there.
Yeah, never.
David Beard, brother of the other director, Jeremy Moustache, of course.
Oh, you're too funny. Old Enough is a PG movie drama. 12-year-old Lonnie Sloan is a well-to-do New York rich kid, and Karen Bruckner is the more ordinary, impoverished New York kid. They happen to meet one day on the street in their neighborhood and hit it off.
I've seen this movie. I absolutely love this film.
Really? Wow.
It's really cute. It's a really nice, well acted. I mean, look, I'm recollecting memories from decades ago, but I saw this on TV. As soon as you read out the premise, I can picture scenes from the movie, like, you know, when they first meet. You know, one of them's all right, like kind of got that Jersey accent, and the other girl's very well spoken, upper class Manhattan. I forget the circumstances under which they meet, but I just remember when I'd watched this film that I loved it. There's another film that's tonally is very similar, that was a similar TV movie, that's called The Prince and Princess of Central Park. I wonder if anyone ever remembers that. And that's about two kids who run away from home because they're being abused. And initially they stay over in Central New York Museum in the Egyptian section or something. But they get discovered there. So they're in Central Park, and they find an old abandoned but camouflaged tree house, like really high up in this tree, and they stay there. This film is in a very similar ballpark to that. It's like just sort of coming of age, you know, two friends from the different sides of the tracks, as it were. Yeah, because I have a vague feeling that I saw both of these films around the same time on TV, probably in 1986, 87, something like that. Yeah, good film.
Okay.
From what I remember.
Okay. Well, I wrote it down.
I'd love to watch it again, actually.
Yeah, I wrote that one down, and I'm just gonna tread. I've been forgetting about the chats here, and let's make sure to at least touch on a few. I won't be able to get all of them, but just a few. Moonbeam says, "Oh, I own that GI Joe movie on DVD. Did you like it, Moonbeam? Just let me know if you like that movie." And William Blake Hall says Jamie Gertz is worth $8 billion. I kid you not. And William also says director Roland Emmerich getting his start. I see. Yes. And AI privilege is all here. It says LOL, old school funny. Yes. And Keith E says Party Animal is Hooper's favorite movie in 1984. And yeah, that seems pretty good. We got there, and let's move ahead.
I found the IMDb page for that. It's actually, the title of that movie is The Prince of Central Park. And it came out in 1977, but I saw it in the 80s.
Oh, okay. Well, the next one here is The Far Pavilions. It's a drama history romance. A story of forbidden love in the 1800s India, set against the revolution for India's freedom in England. From England. It stars Ben Cross, Amy Irving, Christopher Lee, and Robert Hardy. Wow. Wow. The cast. That's got to be incredible. Did you ever see this?
I did. Around the time that this was out, we had a massive, big budget television series about the sort of the final days of British rule in India. I'm looking for the title now, but it's gone right out of my head. This film is based on a very big, I think it was quite a successful novel that came out in 1978, and this is the film adaptation of that novel. It's a really big, epic story. I think overall the film is pretty good. It's been a while since I've seen it, but I remember liking it. It's got really big production values and so on. But there was a company called Goldcrest Films in the 80s who were trying to make really big Oscar-winning movies, and they made this film, and they made Revolution with Al Pacino, and one other film, the title of which I forget, and all three of the films bombed in a row, and they invested nearly 7 million in this film, and they lost 2 million. They didn't make a profit.
Oh, wow.
So yeah, they were responsible for films like Chariots of Fire and Gandhi.
Oh, wow.
And The Killing Field. So they're Room with a View. So they were very much kind of
hit and miss,
trying to make big Oscar-winning movies. They did The Mission with Robert De Niro and quite a young Liam Neeson. But yeah, they did 3 big movies in a row that all completely tanked, and that was it. That was the end of the company. It went into
Oh, wow, that's sad.
yeah.
At least they had some ambition. 'Cause
Yeah,
sometimes you gotta shoot for the stars. Sometimes you get lucky.
yeah, yeah. Sometimes, well, that's the nature of the film business, unfortunately.
Mhm.
So
The Ratings Game is one here. Comedy romance. A newly rich New Jersey trucker moves to Hollywood and creates a slew of hit TV shows by manipulating the ratings system with help from his girlfriend in the ratings business. It's directed by Danny DeVito, stars Danny DeVito, Rhea Perlman, Garrett Graham, and Bernadette Burkett. Did you see this one?
I did long time ago, but from what I remember, I liked it.
Okay, next. Hard to hold. PG comedy, drama, music. A famous rock star falls in love with a child psychologist who has ears only for the classics and has never heard of him. Very interesting. With it's directed by Larry Pierce and stars Rick Springfield, Janet Ellie Burr, Patty Hansen, and Albert Salmi. Wow. Any thoughts on this?
I have seen it. I recall that it was pretty awful. This was
Okay.
another movie that was trying to kind of ride the, fame wave, those Flashdance, those kinds of movies, but it was just very low rent, very poorly shot. Quite the actors weren't really very good. And yeah, it just was a bit naff. Just wasn't great.
Yeah. Oh, I see someone just walked through the door. It's Dan Candy. Hey, Dan, how are you? Thanks for joining us. It's a little late, but you can check out the beginning to catch up after we're all done. It's really we're going through a lot of more lesser known movies that were in 1984, just to catch you up on everything.
And another person who's got a brigade named after him in my American Civil War Day.
Oh, really? That's so cool.
Dan Candies, they're called.
And so we've got the Ninja Mission, rated R.
I love this film.
Okay, action drama. Swedish scientist named Karl Markov is taken hostage by the KGB after his daughter Nadia is also kidnapped and brought deep into the heart of Russia. A group of highly trained ninjas lead a brigade to save them. I think that's what the rest of it would have probably said.
I think it would be more accurate to say a group of rather poorly trained ninjas, because the skills of these ninjas are not very good.
Ay, ay, ay.
And the choreography of the ninja scenes is not very good, but the action scenes in the film are not bad. And the guy is clearly a massive fan of the guy who made Cross of Iron, Sam Peckinpah, because there's a lot of slow motion gunfire. I mean, it's a fun ninja B movie, guys on a mission. It's I think it's made by, if I remember rightly, I think it's made by a filmmaker from Norway. But it's really badly dubbed. So all of the characters, when they're introducing themselves, you've got this old guy. Hi, I'm Abelman. I'm here to rescue your daughter. Or this. So the dialogue's always out of sync.
Oh no.
With the actors. But if you take it as it is, fun B movie ninja film.
Okay.
With a lot
I don't mind. Yeah, I don't mind that too bad. If it's going to be fun.
It's got some. The ninjas have got some kind of cool guns that fire these darts into people that make their hearts explode out their chests and stuff like that. So there's some fun sequences in it. It's I quite liked it.
Cool. Okay, so it's directed by Matt Olson and stars. Oh wow, there's some
It stars no one you've ever heard of.
Yeah, stars some names I'm gonna have some trouble pronouncing. But before we go any further, let's see. there was something I want to. I guess Dan Candy says, "Hard to Hold was hard to watch." Oh man, and William Blake Hall says, "At least we made it to the ratings game." Yes, and we rushed through Blue Thunder. Well, I wasn't sure. Like, did we talk about Blue Thunder?
Well, we didn't talk about it in depth because you had the wrong screen card up for the TV series, and
I'll tell you what. Well, I'll tell you what. For William Blake Hall, if you want to look up all the stuff for Blue Thunder, we'll go into detail for William Blake Hall. Can we do that for him?
do you want to do it now, or should we do it at the end?
Okay, we'll do it at the end for you, William. Okay.
Let's blitz through, and then we'll come back to
Yeah,
it.
we're almost finished, and then we'll do Blue Thunder for you. Okay. Let me highlight this. Yeah, and so yeah, so Ninja Ninja Mission is on my list now. Let me write it down.
There's a lot of double crossing going on in that film.
In the Ninja Mission?
Yeah.
Oh, great! I love that.
But highly trained ninjas is very ambitious.
Then we have a. Say that again.
Compared to the actual skill set in the movie, it's poorly trained ninjas would be a better because they're pretty the kicks and that sort of stuff. The ninja stuff is in the film is pretty dreadful.
Oh boy, I can't wait to see it.
But the action in the film is good.
We've got a movie called The Power. It's rated R. It's a horror movie. A few people come into possession of an ancient Aztec doll. However, the doll is possessed by an evil spirit, which takes over their bodies. The directors, Stephen Carpenter, Jeffrey Obrow, stars Susie Stokey, Warren Lincoln, Lisa Erickson, and Chad Cowgill. Yeah, I never heard of this one. Have you heard of this? The Power?
Well, the funny thing is I remember a film from around this time with this title that sort of some of my friends watched and said it was actually pretty good. And now it might be this movie, but the problem is there's a lot of films with this same title.
Mm-hmm.
But I guess we should move on because I haven't seen it and I can't remember. So if I have.
Okay. Cat on a Hot Tin Roof. This one is a TV movie. An alcoholic and femme fatale faces trouble before a family reunion. This is directed by Jack Hoff. And stars Jessica Lange, Tommy Lee Jones, Rip Torn, Kim Stanley. Which I've definitely seen this. I don't know why it's not checked. But how I did it, it was cat on a hot tin roof. You can't mess up. And with Jessica Lange, I mean, you're just getting a lot of really good stuff.
But if you can see it on stage because it was designed for the stage rather than
it is, yeah. It's one of those movies that feels like a play. And I do love the way a lot of those movies are. They feel very intimate to me. Sort of like Raisin in the Sun. It's got that like that feeling. It's almost like a claustrophobic feeling to it, but you really get to know the characters though. And kind of it's almost like they're part of your family by the end of the film. You want to strangle some people. And the next one is A Streetcar Named Desire, another one of these films. That is another TV movie.
I think they were both written by Tennessee Williams.
Yes. And it's Blanche Du Bois goes to visit her pregnant sister and husband Stanley in New Orleans. Stanley doesn't like her and starts pushing her for information about some property he knows was left to, and I guess the rest is to the family or whatever. It's directed by John Ehrman, stars Anne Margaret Treat Williams, Beverly D'Angelo, and Randy Quaid. So cool. Um, and that is a big thumbs up for actually wanting to see this. Did you see this one? Did you happen to see that?
No, I don't often watch stage play films, although I do really like the movie Glengarry Glen Ross. But
Yeah, I just want to see how those actors respond to each other, especially Treat Williams. He's we lost him recently, and he's just one
yeah,
of those actors. I just want to kind of see his stuff, revisit a lot of his stuff. We've got Inside Man, a mystery action thriller. The Inside Man is based on a real life incident during the days of the Cold War when a Soviet submarine was spotted in Swedish waters. It's directed by Tom Clegg. It stars Dennis Hopper, Hardy Kruger, Gusta Ekman, and Carl Mulder. I don't know how I made it through the saying those last names. Have
it's a
you?
pretty cool poster. That
Was it like? Yes, absolutely. The
I mean,
colors.
it feels like it's being marketed as a James Bond film, but the synopsis suggests slow, serious movie. But I mean, I'm quite interested in seeing it, but unfortunately, it's got a 4.1 rating on
Yeah,
IMDb.
that's not promising.
Good premise,
Um,
but clumsy execution of innocent guy turned inside agent, dated thriller. These are the headlines of the. Was this a high school class project? Is the headline of one
ooh,
of the reviews. No spoiler here. This is by far the worst Dennis Hopper movie ever put to film. So the guys can't act in the film. The chicks are really nasty. It's just, I bought
wow.
it. It was on
Yeah, I
sale.
mean,
So I bought it.
I think for Dennis Hopper, his choices, I don't know, like his agent, he doesn't always have well he didn't always have like, A plus plus movies on his roster.
No,
He would do a B movie. I think just before he died, he did um a couple of like B movies for the heck of it. And maybe it was
Matt's
also
got to eat. It's got to eat.
say that again? Yeah, yeah, and it was great to see him in those movies, or there's one he did voice acting for, Alpha and Omega, but it was kinda shocking, like, "What is he doing here?" But he's such a great actor. You would think it would just make every production amazing, but it doesn't, because you need more than just a good actor, you need a script to an actual storyline. Chattanooga Choo Choo, 1984 PG comedy. Unscrupulous football team owner Bert, played by George Kennedy, will get $1 million tax free if he lives up to the terms of his recently deceased father-in-law's will. He has to I forgot what the rest is here, but it's directed by Bruce Bilson, stars Barbara Eden, George Kennedy, Melissa Sue Anderson, and Joe Namath. Did you ever get to see this?
I think I did because I remember the poster for this, but it was a different poster. And I have a
Yeah,
feeling that there's a couple of big names from this movie that's missing in that lineup as we have seen.
yeah, I think
Let
so
me
too.
just double check. Oh, maybe not. No, they all seem to be there. I might be getting the film mixed up with something else. I'm just. It sounds familiar, but I just I don't know. I guess if doesn't mean that it wasn't any good if I can't remember, but it suggests that it might not have been.
And
I don't know if I did see it. I remember the poster for it.
yeah, it's got a lot of like I'm feeling like I remember this movie, but I don't actually remember this movie. So I would have to see this again. And it's look, Barbara Eden, she's fun. But it looks like it's not gonna blow your socks off, but it's not like a complete tragedy. It's a 5. It's somewhere in the middle.
Hmm.
Um, let's see. Lorca and the Outlaws. Um
Ah,
PG rated sci-fi. Things are not going well on the mining planet of Odessa. The conditions are awful and the workers are disgruntled, and the management is cracking down by using their killer security robots. Roger Corman is the director of, Roger Christian. Why did I want to say Corman? It was his director here. And it stars John Tarrant, Donho Reeves, Deep Roy. Deep Roy is in this. And Ralph Cotterill. So
Yeah.
I have never heard of this one before.
Well, the director of this would be another great guy to get on for an interview. He was a set designer and set decorator who worked on Star Wars, Return of the Jedi, Alien, Phantom Menace. I mean, and he tried to get Lorca and the Outlaws made for ages because he was a huge fan of Star Wars and he wanted to do his own Star Wars movie. It went through massive production hell, which would be really interesting to hear him talk about. The other thing that would be interesting to hear Roger Christian talk about is he directed Battlefield Earth.
Oh, yeah. Oh, great.
Which is considered to be one of the biggest.
I love that movie. You know what? I do love that mess. It's just so like crazy.
Yeah, I mean,
and insane. I love it.
Based on the book by L. Ron Hubbard, of course. And, but yeah, I remember. This is one of these films you read about in Starlog magazine. You remember Starlog magazine? And there were some cool pictures, and you were like, "Oh yeah, I can't wait for this to come out." I think it was called something else originally, and then when I finally got to see it, which was probably sometime in the 90s, I think I found it in a video store, some dusty shelf somewhere. I thought, "Oh yeah, great, let's watch this." Oh yeah, it was not good. It was was not a good movie. I just think it took too long, and they didn't have the money to visualize what he wanted, and you didn't have any big names in there. Or Deep Roy is probably the biggest name in that cast lineup. So
yeah, I mean, when was the last time Deep Roy got like top billing in a movie, right?
Yeah.
So, well, that's pretty sad. Well, I hope if he gets on your channel, you can ask him about all of this.
I'd love to get him on because I know he's had a very difficult career. He's had a number of films that kind of should have been one thing and turned into something else. And I mean, he's getting on a bit now. But yeah, you know what? I might reach out to him, see if I can get him on.
Yeah, and I think those stories need to be shared.
They're the more interesting stories, to be honest. What's a guy that's going to tell you who's had 20 successes in a row? What are you going to learn from that person? Not a lot, really. It's the people that have struggled and had big failures are the ones that often have the most interesting journey to talk about, and often the perception of their failure from our point of view is not necessarily reflects the reality of what actually happened. Do you know what I mean? So it's always interesting to see these things. But anyway,
do you love Matilda May?
Yeah, it's a pretty good movie.
Well, she's in this movie, Dream One, adventure fantasy. A young boy imagines being in a tale he's about to hear. In this magical world, he encounters many famous characters from other tales, aliens and other beings, and of course, the beautiful princess. Director Arnaud Segniak stars Seth Kibble, Jason Connery, Matilda May, Nipsey Russell. So I need to see this movie because I didn't know that Matilda May was in something else other than Life Force. So
I seem to recall that this film's got a couple of cool sequences, but I honestly can't remember too much about it. Certainly haven't watched it recently. Certainly never owned it. But I think this film also was released under the name Nemo.
Oh.
Yeah, no relation to Finding Nemo. I think the original title was Nemo, and it got because the main character is called Nemo.
Okay.
Played by two different actors. This was another loss for Goldcrest. This was another one they put money in and lost money on.
Oh,
So
yeah.
it was distributed by Canon. So, Goldcrest maybe use a different distributor, but
It's too late for that.
well, mind you, Canon were riding high in 1984. They were buying up the market left, right, and center. But yeah, I can't really tell you much about it. I just remember that I remember seeing pictures of some scenes that looked pretty cool, but I'm not even sure I saw it. Yeah.
Yeah, I want to see it just for Matilda May to see what else, just to see what else she did. And also, I'm a big fan of Nipsey Russell, and I want to see what he's doing in there. Now, here's this movie. Success is the Best Revenge. It's rated R. Poland is under communist rule. An exiled Polish theater director is in England, enthusiastically preparing an abstract play which will criticize the authoritarian oh gosh, I hate this word, authoritarian, there we go, Polish government. His sons might not share his political views, though. It's directed by Jerzy Skolimowski, and it stars Michael York, and a whole bunch of other people I can't pronounce their names. And so, yeah, this is actually something I would like to take a look at. Have you seen this ever?
I can't offer any comment on this at all, I'm afraid. No, never seen it, and I don't think I've ever even heard of it.
Yeah, this is one of those ones I'm like, what? Okay, where did this movie come from? Never heard of it. And Locke the Superman, unrated animation action romance. Colonel Yakamaki is looking for Locke, and Esper with powers. An ESPer with powers are far beyond imaginable. And he is supposed to enroll him on a mission to investigate Lady Khan, a millionaire tycoon who is raising an army of ESPers for an unknown reason. Very interesting. And the director here is Hiroshi Fukutomi. I'm curious. I'm in. An army of ESPers? That sounds.
I don't think this was ever released. That was ever released in the UK.
Yeah.
I certainly don't remember it either being on video or at the cinema. So, and I think I would remember that. I don't think that got a release in the UK, or if it did, it must have been very small.
Interesting. Yeah. And this is the last one. This is the last one. Space Riders.
I'll get the Blue Thunder stuff ready.
Okay. It's Space Riders, 1984. It is a drama sport. Now, Roger Gilbert is an adrenaline junkie who leads an otherwise ordinary life until one day he rides where no man had ridden before. On his ride to the planet Stardust 420, he meets an Alpian named Flu Crepto. Very weird. Is this like a science fiction movie? We don't know. It's directed by Joe Massett.
Well, Barry Sheen is he was at the time, he was a very well-known international bike riding champion. I remember this film coming out. It was like a sports drama movie.
Was it science fiction?
No, I don't know. This synopsis is nonsense. Now, I think I know why. Because this synopsis, Robert Gilbert, blah blah blah, that synopsis is not the synopsis for Space Riders.
Okay.
That synopsis is the synopsis for Roger Corman's Space Raiders.
Yeah, Raiders. So okay.
Somebody at IMDb has proper up there. And that's happened on IMDb before. Do you know when I put my film The Journey up, my IMDb credits got amalgamated with another film also called The Journey that got
Mm.
submitted in the same week.
Yeah.
And they thought that both films were the same. So they put all of our credits together. And I was like, who are all these actors in my film that I've never even heard of? What's going on? So this sort of stuff does happen on.
Yes, it does. Yes.
I mean, the actual synopsis, it's a true story drama based on Barry Sheen's career. There's no space or Planet Stardust. It also kind of covers Barry Sheen basically plays himself. Gavin O'Herlihy, who was in Willow, is in the movie. So the sort of obligatory American businessman funding the races and whatnot. And it just covers a series of races and things like that. I remember the film. I had no interest in watching it because I just wasn't into sports as a kid. I wasn't into sports movies. I like them now, but back then I had no interest. So I couldn't, apart from it's the true story of Barry Sheen's career, I really couldn't tell you much else. Mariana Curtis is in it as Girl in Porsche.
Oh, wow.
Yeah, before she did Star Trek.
And Gargoyles.
By the way, we should not technically include Blue Thunder because the movie Blue Thunder was released in 1983, not 1984. The television series was released in 84.
Okay.
So really, Blue Thunder shouldn't be in this stream because it didn't come out this year. Sorry. Just double check that. I thought it seemed a bit close. It was released in May 13th, 1983.
Okay. So, oh wow, a whole year. Okay. Yes. Okay. So, that unfortunately the last one we do is the one that's really the worst. I mean, we encountered something like this earlier, but this one was completely the worst. And then there's the whole fiasco with Splash. Splash is labeled as 1983, and it's actually 1984. So that really sucks. I threw off my list there for a couple of days, and we
Splash was definitely an 84 release in the UK, I think.
Yeah, it says 1983 on IMDb. So that's really quite sad. Let's see what else you guys had to say. I mean, I could reduce this. Moonbeam says Nipsey Russell, the Tin Man from The Wiz, 1978. Absolutely. And but William Blake Hall says Mephisto featured Klaus Maria Bondur, who starred in Never Say Never Again, out of Africa and Russia House.
Yeah, he was the villain in that film.
And Dan Kennedy says, were these last few movies actually released on Earth? I never heard of any of them.
No, they were mainly distributed at cinemas.
And Keith says Nipsey Russell was on every game show, and yes, he was. I think he appeared in everything. And William Blake also says, Dan Candy, welcome to my world. Oh man, you guys are just killing me here with these jokes. And movie says Space Riders was 3 years before TNG and 10 years before Gargoyles. IMDb gets many years wrong. Yes. Well, guys, I think we have reached the end of the discussion. It was wonderful. It took 4 hours plus to get through the list. At the beginning of this, we do go through all of the ones that we had done on prior shows. So if you're just catching up with us, you can just go to the very beginning of this stream, and all of the latest things will all of the older things that are on the list will appear. Now, Lance, thank you so much for hanging out with us today.
No problem.
Can you tell us very briefly what you have going on?
Yes, let me tell you about my up and coming 20 streams.
No, where's the mute button?
I've got So I've got a couple of more cool industry interviews lined up. So next, I
Ooh.
do my weekly show, the Nielsen ratings, every Tuesday, 10 o'clock, where we kind of discuss, the latest films and stuff we've seen. I do an in-depth review of every episode of Masters of the Air on Sunday at 9 p.m. with the Critical Drinker, History Bro, Blue Collar Loser, and other guests. Inside Man is always on there as well. And then we do and then we, if there's an industry interview that's happening on a Tuesday, obviously that takes priority. But so I've got the editor of 2000 AD, as in the comic that gave us Judge Dredd, coming on my channel next Wednesday, and he was the editor in the early 80s. So he was editor between Progs 77 and 500. So he covered the time when you had like Strontium Dog, Harry 20 on the High Rock, Mach 1, all the great, it's like the golden years of 2000 AD, all the great Judge Dredd stories, Judge Dredd, Judge Death, the Block Wars, Apocalypse War, all of that stuff. So that's Steve McManus. So he's going to be a great guest. He's coming on. I've got a special episode of Chew the Fat towards the end of March, which is on 5 Days at Memorial, which is this drama show that I've been recommending to everybody that I've just recently watched. It's on Apple Plus. It's about the Memorial Hospital in Hurricane Katrina. And I wrote to several members of the cast, and 2 of them are going to come on that special. And one of the cast that's coming on is Raven Dowder. And when I wrote to Raven, I was just raving about 5 Days at Memorial and how wonderful her performance was and everything. I had no idea that she's one of the main characters in Star Trek Discovery. So I've actually got one of the main lead actors from Star Trek Discovery TV show coming on my channel, but to talk about 5 Days at Memorial. So so that's a bit of a coup. I thought Retro had gone to the kitchen then to do a bit of cooking. I wasn't sure if she was still there. Yeah, so that's really good. And then I guess the last thing to mention is we're doing a parody review of The Thing, the musical from Jim Henson's workshop. And I've got a couple of the Muppet cast and the producer and one of the other actors coming on the stream to talk about their time filming The Thing, the musical, on my channel. So yeah, so we're gonna be talking about that, and talking. The Muppets are actually going to come on the stream and chat with us as guests. Got a little picture for you there to share. So yeah, that's going to be towards the end of March as well. I can't remember the exact date. So it's a parody, to be clear for anyone who's confused. It's a parody review for a film that doesn't actually exist. We've done one of these before. We're the only channel that does these on YouTube, as far as I'm aware, and we're going to do more of them as well. And we do the interview like the film is completely real, and we all play it dead straight. We're all trying to make each other laugh, but we're trying not to laugh. So I am going to have actual Muppets on that stream talking about their time making this movie. So it's going to be pretty. it's going to be a nuts stream, but probably quite a lot of fun, I think. Hopefully, I won't get sued by the Henson company. Yeah. So yeah, that's it. That's what I got coming up.
Yeah, and you don't have to call them Muppets. You can call them. You can replace the M with something else.
Yeah, I think that's an early poster. I think we're going to call it something else.
Like
going to call them the Fluffits or something like that.
Yeah, yeah. There you go.
Yeah.
And anything else?
No, is that not enough?
We want more. We want more. No.
I'm doing some other streams, some watch parties, and I'm doing a watch party of several of my older favorite films over the next few weeks. And I'm also doing some episodes of Chew the Fat. I'm doing a special episode on Cocoon, which I really want you to be on. with some new collaborators from YouTube. And yeah, and I've got a couple. I'm going to be dropping a couple of videos, but not for a few weeks. But once I've got this horror script out of the way that I'm doing for somebody, I'm going to do a couple of videos because I just want to sort of try and get some traction on my channel. Because I mean, I've just had Gail Ann Hurd on my channel, but hardly anyone's watched that video. I mean, who do I need to get on? You know, so yeah, it's. But then I don't think YouTube doesn't like live streams. It doesn't push them. It likes to push videos.
It does and it doesn't. It's like we'll talk about that later. But yeah, look, it boils down to this, everybody. If you haven't subscribed to Lance, do so. And also anybody who's watching it, if you haven't, I hope you've subscribed to this channel at least.
Yes, that's mandatory.
I'm supposed to be. I was told that I need to ask for subscribers more, and I keep forgetting that's something that I should do. I need a timer to let me know, like, you need to say that now. But also, I think we're all done. I think this is the last one for this week. I definitely think. I'm feeling a little bit better, but I think I really do need to take tomorrow off. So I'm really sorry for those of you who were waiting for a live stream tomorrow. We're going to have to do it next week. I've already made the adjustments on the live stream that is going to be one for next week. But here's the deal. For those of you who are on Patreon, there is going to be a special something for you on Sunday. Okay, so look out in your inboxes. There's going to be something very special in there. For on Monday, members of this channel will be getting a brand new movie Monday that I've not seen yet. And you guys are gonna love it. You're gonna love it. Then on Tuesday, we'll have the upload the first show of the TV series that I'm doing for Gargoyles that was done through 1994 to 1996, and it'll be the first episode of that, or the first week, and in total it will be 21 weeks of content there. And then of course Wednesday morning we'll have our just the headlines, and every single morning I've been having up to 60 headlines from 40 to 60. Last time I had 60, I had to pare it down.
How long were you on for?
I was only on for about 2 hours, though. I go through them very quickly. I just go through the headlines and we talk very gently about the things that are going on in the thing. You're welcome to join me next Wednesday. If you're up. Yeah, it's pretty early for you.
I tried to pop on the last one, but I think you were just like wrapping up, weren't you? You were about to finish it.
Yeah, if you want to jump on earlier, let me know. But I just go through the news, and it's really, really a lot of fun. I've been having a good time.
Somebody gifted me a membership for your channel, so I've been poking around at all the videos, and
yay!
Quite a lot of cool stuff there for
awesome. Yes. It's been lots of fun. I'm so glad. All right, and then on next Friday, we are still celebrating 1984, but this time we're gonna look at music, guys.
I will be. I'll probably be at my acting class, so I might. Well, if I might catch the last hour, if you're kind of
okay.
Maybe I can jump on for the last hour because I've got a lot to say about 80s music. But
really, okay.
Well, look all the vinyl albums I've got of 80s films. They're all soundtracks of music, aren't they? So.
I know, right? I know. So let's see if that's possible. If you want to let me know if you want to record something earlier, but I put together the slideshow already, and it's really cool to go down memory lane.
maybe we could be maybe we could do a recorded thing. Dan, I might do a battle. Someone's asking me in the chat. I might do one later. I'll see what time. If not, I'll probably do a game tomorrow.
Okay.
About my gaming stream, wants to see if the Dan Candy Brigade survives. So.
Oh, okay, yes. And also, yes, next Friday will be 1984 music, and then the following week after that, I'm sorry, the following Saturday, so not tomorrow, but the Saturday after that, we're going to watch Saturn 3. And again, sorry for the delay, but I think I really feel quite awful, and I really want to feel a little bit better, and I need some time off. So it's just a day. It won't be too bad, but I have a lot of surprises for you guys this week.
Woohoo!
Yes, I promise. I'll have those surprises for you.
Retro will rally. Fear not.
Yes, and let's see. And Moonbeam says Henson seems kind of chill about the use of Muppets.
Well, we'll see. I mean, you can get away with a lot if you're parodying something.
Yeah. Oh, yeah. Parody is under that thing. Let's see.
That's what we are doing. We're parodying films that might have happened but actually haven't. But and Mr. Snuffleupagus always makes an appearance in our streams about this. That's kind of an ongoing joke. So.
Okay. Well, it looks like William Blake Hall has some things to say about Blue Thunder. William says, anyhow, Blue Thunder is a cool score by Arthur B. Rubinstein. We don't even meet the super helicopter of that name for a while. First, we get a sense of Frank Murphy, played by Roy Schneider.
It's a good movie. It's a good script.
And then he says Murphy has some Vietnam War PTSD and plays little games to try to keep his edge. He's an excellent helicopter pilot and works for the LAPD. And we see him get training an eager young officer. The officer is Lyman Good, played by Daniel Stern, who we know opposite Joe Pesci in Home Alone. He's a bit goofy and but dedicated, and he suffers a lot in this movie. Let's see.
I've got some interesting juice to tell you about Daniel Stern. We'll do that in the green room later.
Okay. And Murphy suspects that there's more to an assault that severely injures a council of women than meets the eye, but he is suspended, and then he's called back in because he's still their best. Okay. And they want him to fly the attack copter named Blue Thunder, allegedly brought to him. So wait a minute. Are we spoiling the film? Are we spoiling it? I never saw this. Wait, don't spoil it for me, William Blake Hall. I'm not going to read that other part because I think I haven't seen it.
Yeah, don't give her a blow by blow.
No. I want to be surprised when I see it. Okay, and Dan Candy says that he thought it was really cool. Yes, thank you so much, William Blakehall, for giving us a rundown. I just realized that it was telling me maybe parts I don't want to see just yet. And so, yeah, guys, I am going to run the video, and you guys say your final goodbyes, and I will see you in the next video thing, which most likely will be next week. And I hope you enjoy the rest of you. I'm really, again, I apologize for not doing the
super chat. You got a super chat.
Oh Lord, Lordy, oh Lordy!
Don't go yet.
Oh Lordy! Oh God! Dan Candy! Oh my goodness! Another contribution to your Andromeda Strain Fund. Thank you so much. You're so sweet. Thank you so much. And William Blake Hall says, yes, on Andromeda Strain. Well, yes. Okay. For sure. For sure. For
Don't
sure.
read the next comment. It's a
I
spoiler.
won't. I will not read any more comments. But yes, thank you so much, Dan. I really appreciate it. And let's see if I can find my special thank you for you. And here, how about this one? All right, thank you so much. My goodness. Let's see if I can get this. And yes, so guys, I want to hang out with you guys for a little bit longer, but I have to go or I'm going to pass out. So anyway, without further ado, I bid you adieu, and I will see you in the next thing.
Good night.
Retro Nerd Girl, you are clear for takeoff.